Right, here we go. Excuse me, got some kind of cold. Yeah, that one will fix itself in a minute. I've got a guy on that. So we are in... Yeah, the winter of 11. When did we... Yeah, I managed to go a couple of years on, I think 2 or 3. Just trying to age the population so we can, you know, have enough settlers without bringing in any more. I did a few little bits and pieces here. First of all, we named our town. Sorted that one out, got the banners up. A little bit of work here. And a lot of work here. And obviously the crops were brought in every second season, so that took some time. So this is why I needed the pear trees here. It looks much better with this. You know, the larger tree. Well, it looks much better in the spring. Did a little bit of straightening on the roads. It'll look great on the map. Especially that one there. That was a tiny bit off. But everything seems to be okay now. And that new one there as well. So, okay. Let's clear up some of this. So what we need to do now is we get to town, we'll do the message board, and we'll see if we can do that quest that's hanging over. So same as before, we'll try and get through the seasons quickly. What's wrong? Is that my dog? You okay, Rex? What, did you step on something? No, it took... Oh, outside there? No, there's nothing outside. You're good. Oh, hi, Terry. So, there were the minor changes I made. But, oh yeah, and the last of the decorating on these on the outside. Took an absolute ton of dye. So, I managed to make enough and buy enough through the seasons to get that one done. So, okay, let's get to town. So, how's your day been? It's melting here. I cannot stand the heat. Just spent the last 2 hours as well. There seems to be some kind of blockage in the bathroom. Gonna have to call someone in. It's the sink. I think they've been stuffing everything down that sink. It's so stupid to do that. There's probably a blocked pipe. Now I've got to turn this fan away for a moment. It'll blow those ashes everywhere. There we go. Heat stroke. Oh. Yeah, staying out in the heat too long. Oh, it's not that kind of weather here. In the day at least, it's miserable. But at night, yeah, it's like a jungle. The humidity, it's brutal. All of the heat, but in a bad way. I'd much prefer a nice, bright, sunny day, yeah.
Here! Onward! Giddy up! Yeah. Giddy up!
There we go. Now, let's see what we have. We'll see if we can clear up this message board and get out of this season as quickly as we can. Well, summer and winter are really not crop seasons. Well, except for the orchard, but that really does itself. Flies and fox. Fishing spear. So foxes and boars. Okay. We can do that one. Now we'll just try and sell this junk off here. Not too much into the selling now, just the stuff we have left over from food. We'll get rid of it. We're kind of okay for dyes and things. Well, for a while at least. So it's just about the money then. Okay, here he is. We're a little bit on the heavy side. Where is that guy? Oh, he's inside.
How do you do?
Right. We'll just get rid of this junk that we have. Oh, he's got a lot of cash, hasn't he? There. Let's see, is there anything else? Not really. We might do a little bit of hunting as well.
Have a good day.
Right, that's all his cash anyway. We'll have to make a run back and see what else is left, and then we'll do the hunting. There's no point in even going to the villages, you know, not when I don't need to die now. Yeah, it all depends on I've never gotten heat stroke, to be honest. I don't even know one that's ever, you know, got heat stroke. But then again, you know, the heat here is not, it's not exactly, you know, designed for that. Although we did have a few summers, you know, where it was kind of possible. What happened? Did you fall asleep outside or something? Yeah. Very important to cover your head as well. It could be massive dehydration as well. You're saying your room is pretty warm. It must be torture in this weather. Oh, hi O'Keefe. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been?
I think I'm going to lick it.
We'll just get this guy and get him over with. And I'll just clear the junk out.
Oh, it's you again.
I'm almost done with these guys anyway, just a little few bits here and there and get rid of some junk. We'll keep about 8 of them, I'd say. There. Now, let's dump this off and we'll see what else we have to sell, and we'll get rid of this guy's little quest. Grab what we can. Now, we need some food. There we go. Water wouldn't be too bad. But we're in, I think we're in year 11 now, almost year 12. Yeah, the winter of year 11. So what, I've gone 2.5 years since the last one. You know, just quickly working through the seasons. We still have to do that quest. Remember when we left off the last time? So what was it? Boar and fox. I think we might be low on hens as well, but I think we're okay. Yeah, I'm not going all the way out to that village for those hens. No, we should be able to get through this one quick now. Now, let's see what this guy needs. 9 plank, 20 sticks, 6 logs. I should have them there. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Okay, we definitely have the sticks anyway. Was it 9 plank? Okay. We'll just get a ton of them for a moment. Was it? Okay, we get a ton of these and I'll trim them off. 9 plank and 6 logs. There. Okay, that's one of them. Well, that's hunting. And that's hunting. And this is... Oh, the fishing spears. I'll have to wait till I go back to make those. Okay. Let's get back up on that one. And we see what we have to sell here. Which is not really a lot, to be honest. Well, we get rid of what we can. We're okay with those. I think that's... Oh, hang on, a roasted meat, of course, of course. And then we'll do our hunting. There. Right, let's get back. We get our horse as well, we're walking very slow. But I managed to do the outside decorating, I'll keep on the houses. It took a while because it used a huge quantity of dye. I was able to make some of it, but some of it, you know, not so much. So I kind of bought those through the seasons. At least I'm over that part. Got something done with the fencing in the main area and around that part. Soon I can kind of, you know, move out and do the other kind of decorating as well. Just need to get the spring and then we'll have a look. What's really slowing me down is the population. About 60% are kids. Well, at least 50%. The problem is I can't bring in any more until I get those guys to about 18. In hindsight, I should have built the smaller houses. You know, the ones with 3. But in my defense, I didn't expect a population boom like that. Now, where's that guy?
I like to pretend that I'm the king's sibling.
Okay, he's down here. Oh, there he is.
How do you do? Take her.
Okay, that's one. Right, let's sell this junk.
Living in a smaller village.
Well, anyone would do.
There.
We're just here to get rid of it, really. There we go.
So long.
How is live stream?
Okay, I need to keep some of the... Oh, hang on. We're going back. We've got a ton of it. There. Now, we'll go back and fill their orders.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we don't need no food for a while. We're going straight back. So, we need to get... oh, yeah, we need to hunt boars as well. This one we need 8 fishing spears. Very easy enough. Now, this is the fox area here. Should be able to one-shot the foxes. I've never checked through the potions to see if there's anything that would give us a little bit more hit on this weapon. I'll go back, I'll change it as well for some poison stuff. It might just give us an edge. Okay, foxes. How many foxes are we talking about? 8, it's usually, sugar. As long as there's not pigeons, they're brutal. There's one there. There's two. I wonder if... Oh yeah. He's waiting around for it, alright. Okay, we got two anyway. It's not too bad. It's 25% of the way there. There's some boars behind the settlement. We'll take those out. Should get us halfway there. Now, there's usually a few more around here somewhere. We might get lucky. Anything else is just a time waster, really. Oh, what's that? There's one there. Yeah, that's one there. And there's another one all the way down there. I wonder what can we take him from there. I hear another one in the forest as well. Okay, I think that's 4. We're definitely halfway there. Yeah, just do these and we'll get through the seasons as quickly as possible. And we'll have a ton of workers. But definitely when I'm playing on the valley map, I'll make those smaller houses. Might not look... Well, they still look pretty decent, to be honest. Ah, there he is, there he is, there he is. Okay, I think that's all of them here. So what have we got? 5, 3 more. It's not too bad. Right, that's 5. Right, let's get back. I doubt we'll have another one in this area. Hang on, what's that? Yes, we will nab one more. Okay, just 2 left. Right back, we'll make up those spears and we'll see about those boars. I think we got them all. Well, there's one way to check anyway, and sometimes it's not really worth staying in one area for too long. Doesn't even say foxes here, does it? Doesn't matter, we got them. Right. Now when we get here, we'll save. There's some boars. Where are they? They're around here somewhere. The boars. Oh, hang on. We're about down here. Yeah, there they are. Hang on. That's a bit too far over, isn't it? Yeah. This might be more like it. Now we can nip over and get the rest of them. Yeah, there used to be deer spawn here until I put these 2 houses in here. Then the spawning stopped. Yeah, those 2 houses were enough to stop it. So that must have been the start of this cell here. It looks kind of miserable in the winter, but it looks nice in the spring. And autumn. Well, and summer. Yeah, but we're we're infested. We're infested with gremlins. There's like let me see. We have a population of 109. Okay, so there's 60 unaccounted for. Let's see how many of these are mothers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. 7, 8. So, we have over 50 miners. 52, I think. And to be honest, I'm hoping they'll stay in the houses when their parents are in trouble. We'll have to let a good few go. To be honest, I'm not sure how it works yet. I'd imagine they'd stay in the same house until you move them. I've been playing Skyrim. I have the Skyrim bug. Yeah, I get it every now and again as well. But I've got so many hours on that game. I would love to see the next Skyrim doing a little bit of this kind of survival. They'll never do it. This is beyond their capabilities. You know, even though this is a minor studio compared to BGS, with a massive wealth of Microsoft behind them. You know, not even as the map wouldn't even have to be as big as Skyrim. I could understand maybe 2/3, you know, with the same kind of quests, that kind of stuff, and then you could build a large settlement like this, as good as this, maybe even a little bit better. But they'll never put that kind of work into it. Yeah, why should they? It's the only way I see forward with games. You know, they're not going to last much longer unless there's a lot more to do. You know, the old kind of, you know, the same old boring stuff over and over again needs to change. Same bugs, same problems, same issues. Okay, let's go for the boars. Well, this I'm really quite pleased with this game. But I've been watching this game since about a year before its release on PC. And it looked interesting enough then, but I've done a lot of work since then. Okay, we're here for the boars. Not the wolves. We don't mind killing the odd deer as well, but we'd probably need a headshot. Okay, where are these boars? Oh, I forgot to get poison as well. We'll do that in a second. I think I can handle the boars. There's one anyway. Okay, let's see if we can get a headshot in here with this guy. That's not too bad. The boars go down pretty quick. There's at least 3 of these together, so we want to be careful. Those guys can rush you pretty quickly. Oh, we're wearing the heavy padded armor, we should be okay anyway, but... Oh, that's funny. There's usually at least 3 and sometimes 4. Now we'll need to sleep anyway because we need a minimum of 3 days in each season. So we don't want to be here a moment longer than we have to, but we'll still have to clear up those little quests. Right, let's get our horse and let's move out. Yeah, there's a ton of wolves here. Time to go. We could take him, but it's not worth it. Okay, how are we getting out of here?
Whoa. Giddy up. Let's go.
Now we'll see for morning. We'll make those fishing spears for that guy. And we need 2 more foxes, I think, and 4 boars, and then we're done in this season. We'll probably might have to find something to do to get a 3rd day out. And when spring comes in, we'll have a look and see if we can, you know, we have the time through the season to do a little bit of touch-up. Oh, the quest. Yeah, we have to try and at least do one of the side quests every season. There's like 60 or something left or something. Yeah. Right, let's get some sleep. I still have a ton of fencing and decorating to do outside. But can't really touch it till I figure out, you know, what way I'm going to finish this settlement. Now, alright, we'll make the 8 fishing spears and we'll head back up and see if we can get the last 2 foxes and hunt the boars up there closer to that main town. That's all we need. And then we'll do a little bit of crafting later. If we have time during the night. Actually, I should have... Well, we did in the last night. Yeah, just to make the time up. Give these guys a bit of a hand. Oh, that's our 8 spears. 2 for every 1 tread. We'll have a look at our production as well, make sure everything is running smoothly. There we go. Now, let's see. Yeah, everything is smooth. Everything is smooth. Now, we'll check the food thing and see if there's any more junk to sell. The roach. We'll try and take some of these, I suppose. That's way more than that vendor can sell. Oh, we can take them all. Yeah, that's enough. I'll give us something to sell. We'll cook those. Yeah, it's gonna take us a little bit to cook these. Should take about a minute and a half. See, that's why I need the other guys in to run the other kitchen properly. The way I see things going, I might need a 3rd kitchen.
Children to eat vegetables?
The hunters bring in a lot. And the survivalists. Alright, what was it? 157. Just get this for a moment. There. There we go. Oh, 7 minutes. That's a bit much, guys. Okay, we'll just wait a few minutes. That's a problem, isn't it? That's why I need these guys cooking this. Yeah, it takes too long.
Another adventure.
We'll get 20 or something out. We'll put a rest in that chest. I'll get them later. Yeah, we'll just get 20. I'll put the rest in the resource thingy. It'll take too long. Oh, hi Scantron. And how have you been? And how's your weekend going so far? There it is, 20, it just takes too long. I'll dump the rest in the resource storage. Might be able to cook a little bit more later. Well, we'll have time anyway in the end, you know, before we get the season out. So, what have you been up to, Scantron? Anything interesting? Yeah, that's a pity. Oh, we got something to sell anyway. Right, we'll see if we can... Well, I doubt we'll get the foxes down here. We might get the boars. Oh, speaking of that, I've got some meat, don't I? And some fur to get rid of. I forgot about that. Yeah, we dumped the meat as well. Give these guys something to do. Certainly cooking it. Yeah, we'll put it in a hard chest. She should be able to take it from there. There. Now, right. So let's see. So we've got those, we can hand that in, and we've got 2 of those, and we need 2 more foxes and 4 boars. And then we're done with this. Well, then we gotta do the quest, don't we? Yeah. You see it over there? It was the one we left off on.
Child is silent for a bit too
When was that? That was Thursday morning, wasn't it? Yeah. Saturday morning now, that was a few days ago.
Move on.
I don't know, we might be lucky. Oh, there's foxes down there, where that quest is. Should we get the other 2 down there? The boars, I think there's some boars in the forest down here.
Move on.
There might be 1 or 2 here as well. I'm not convinced I got them all. There's usually 3 or 4. Yeah, let's just have a quick look. Nah. Nah, not with a hassle. We'll get the 2 down the other end. Just been following about the war, yeah. Oh, nice, visiting with your parents. A lot, yeah, discussing it, of course. Oh, pretty good, yeah, really enjoying this. I've got a good bit done on this. I even got to name my little town as well. And the English translation of that means far from home. Yeah. So that's what I've got so far. unless I've been pretty neat with it. Right, let's get rid of this junk.
How is life treating you?
Now, that was quick. We're probably
Only the
starving
best,
now,
brother.
aren't we?
Have a nice day.
Yeah, we need water and food. Well, we could do without the water for a while. Okay, we'll see if we can get these boars. But yeah, this game has allowed me to go big. But the houses are kind of set pieces, but still, you know. The land is kind of rough for building big. There's spots that's flat enough, but yeah, pretty good game. Yeah, okay, we'll grab some food here. Yeah, pretty big. Yeah, that's it there on the map. Here. I think it was Indy that showed me this little space here beside a waterfall. Said it was one of his favourite spots. I can see why. So that's what I've got there. And I think we've got over 100 settlers, but most of them are kids. Yeah, I did the four bed houses, which might have been a little bit of a mistake, but yeah, we can manage them, I'd say. It's just waiting so long for them to get to the stage where they can work. And the last thing we need is to bring in more, you know. That would be no good. Yeah, so that's it so far. Now there's still a lot to do. Fencing and the outside decorating, you know, bits and pieces of junk here and there to make it look a little bit more lived in, you know. But I've been mostly working on the layout. And that's vital, I get that part of it done. I'll even see about a perimeter, but I'm not sure about the perimeter thing. We'll see. I might be able to do something. I'll take a look at it later. But yeah, it's pretty big. That's its size there. There's a massive orchard in the centre. It's even got more houses than this one. Oh, hi Wolf. Oh, same stuff. So how's your weekend? This isn't your weekend off, is it? It was last weekend. So what have you been up to? Yeah, I think it was last weekend, wasn't it? Okay, where's our... Oh, there it is. Oh, a holiday. Memorial Day. Nice. You're getting a bit of a break. Now let's grab some food while we're here. Seven should do it. There we go. Grab some water and we'll see if we can get the rest of those boars and foxes. Yeah, we're flipping through the seasons as quickly as possible. So we're in, I think we're in the winter of the 11th year now. Yeah. I think the oldest kid we have is like 8 or something. We're talking about another 10 years before the workforce. So that would be what, another 40 seasons. Well, we'll get through it quick enough. I'll speed it up as much as I can. But the fastest you can do. You gotta have at least 3 days in a season. I did some long seasons, you know, just to get some building in. Okay, what have we got here? Ah. Yeah, we'll take that. Oh, some rot. That's rare, I must say. Oh, we've always room for a fishing spear. Nice. Yeah, we'll be needing those. What did I say? We're looking for boar and fox, isn't it? Yeah. It's a big thing here, I remember, in Dublin City. There's a ton of guys go out every Christmas to swim. Yeah, it wouldn't be my thing. Yeah, I think there's fox here, guys. There it is. So we need 2 fox from here. I think. Yeah, we'll be pretty quick for this. So that's our goal now for the next good few seasons, to get through in the minimum amount of time in the game, the 3 days. Get all the crops in, get everything sorted, and get the message board done, and hopefully one of the side quests, or one of the parts of the side quest. The polar bear plunge, yeah? No. Yeah, something like that you want to be careful with. Personally, no. I'm not fond of swimming that much, to be honest, but... Oh, sugar. Okay, we lost one. Let's see if we can get this guy. Okay, one more. I'm sure we'll find him somewhere. There's a few places, but that one comes to mind. I was there one Christmas, 3 decades ago, I think. Oh, I wasn't swimming. I was in the air. Oh. What the? Okay. Somebody is burying some treasure, I think. Yeah, we'll take that. Now, one more fox. Oh, sugar. No, I'll never get him. They're way too fast. There's got to be more than 2 here. I'd say his buddy's around here somewhere. Hang on. Oh, that's a shot. Oh, he ran straight into that one. That was a shot. That actually lifted him. That's it. That's the end of the foxes. That was a nice shot. There's not a great range on these bows. Now, that's that one. Let's do a save here. Just in case we get killed. Now, we need a few boars. I don't think there's anything close, is there? Boars. Okay, that's a bit far out, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, it's not that far. It just looks far on the map. So what do we need in boars? Born to be wild. Yeah, we need 4. I doubt we'll pick up 4 here. 3 tops, I'd say. Oh, sugar, what's that? Oh. Oh, that, see what I mean? Takes too long to load that ball. Where's that guy gone? Oh, little. Yeah, we're lucky enough. I can't do a lot of damage with the padded armor, but that guy caught me by surprise. That's one. And that's what I should have done. I should have loaded my crossbow. Like that. And we'll get them moving into us like so. That's two. So two left. That will get two more here, will we? And we took a little bit of damage. No biggie. Well, winter, I think they cut down the herds a bit. More in spring and summer, you get three and... Oh, there's another guy. I doubt we'll get... Oh, there is 4 guys. This is great news. We won't need another one. Could be. Yeah, we got the 4th guy. That's it. Done and dusted, guys. Now, let's hand in this quest. Or these quests. I think we're done with the quests. Except that main one. Remember the one we left off on a few seasons ago? Now let's say Sly as a Fox. Done. Don't disappear. Done. Born to be wild. Done. Done, done, done. Alright, we'll hand those in.
Onward!
And we've got some junk as well then to store. Here, one moment. Let's see where that... I need to go about there. Yeah, we'll start to trim down some of this weight.
Giddy up!
Yeah, I'm not going moose hunting. I've got a ton of skulls. Only waste too much time. Oh my, there's a lot of rabbits.
Onward!
Right, let's get rid of some of this junk we have. Well, we don't need 4 of these fishing spears. I need to get rid of the meat, the mead, the cherry wine. We're keeping that. The rot, we're selling that. The fur, the leather, and let's see about the rest of this junk here. There. And let's see, is there anyone around? What is it? Yeah, it's not even 3 PM. Right. Let's get rid of this junk. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. All the best, Terry. Bye. Yeah, it's kind of miserable here in the winter. But no crops to mess about with, and
Onward!
you get to do some of the quests. We have time anyway before that 3-day thing. Now,
I love it when it's busy. Boredom is a silent killer. How are you? Good luck. Hello there. See you around. can I help you? Have a good
There
day.
we go, guys. Now. Yep, and that's the one we need to finish. Remember that one, that voting thing? That this guy was, I think he was drugged out of his head. Now,
Hello there.
okay, you've got no money.
How are you? Take care.
Oh, yeah, okay, you
What's
there.
going on?
Oh, for God's sake, where's that vendor? There you are. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the... Yeah, we just sell the pike. The salted fish. And we'll sell all but 5 of those. And the bucket I actually want. Yeah, get rid of that. That's it. We're ready to go. Right, let's get this quest done. That should take us to the end of this season, I'd say. So what day are we in? Second day, isn't it? It looks like the second day. So whatever's left today and tomorrow. Yeah, we should be able to do this. Out you go. Alright, how are we getting out of here? Here it is. Right. Let's get this little quest.
I wish I could sell my knees.
Yeah, this is one of the story quests. But some of them, they come in about 4 or 5 different parts.
Move on.
I get the spring week and a lot of guys should be able to take it in now within 3 days, everything. Hang on. Oh, that's weird. Oh no, that's my marker, that's not where we're going. We're going to do our quest. It's down here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I knew I was going in the right direction. Right. Oh. What have we got here? We've got some goodies, have we? We have. Not much either, is it? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Nice, be careful, bandits and wolves, and we should be good.
Let's go.
Yeah, speaking of wolves, huh?
Yeah. Let's go.
No, I should have another shed here somewhere. God, it's foggy, isn't it? There it is. There's a bucket and some junk here to dump off. The buckets we can use. And that stuff as well, why not? Oh, sugar. Yeah, there's 2 iron knives. I suppose we can sell one. The poison I'm keeping. That one we'll sell. And let me see. We'll grab our cash. Yeah, I'm getting close. I'm about 58,000 away from that money achievement as well. Oh, hang on. What's the hell like? Ooh, okay. There we go. Right, we are good. Let's do a tiny bit of selling and then we'll check on this little quest. Yeah, I've got a knife and some other junk I want to get rid of.
Onward!
How is life?
Now, I need to get rid of one of these knives. Well, that one obviously. Oh, there's a few of them. Yeah, that one. No, there's only one now. That's it. I forgot to get a poison dart, didn't I? Yeah, well. We'll get that later. That's not worth much, is it? That's it.
Want to see my goodbye?
Yeah, we should have gotten some poison darts. Now. Alright, here's the guy here. Now, this is the quest here. Yeah, this has been going on a while. Talk to him. Maybe it'll finish up on this. How are the elections? Is everything going as planned? I'm afraid we're at a stalemate. I knew this was going to go on for another one. There are a few villagers who refuse to vote. I assume they haven't decided to vote for. Yet the problem is that we don't have any time restriction for voting. So the elections can come to an end. That's silly. Listen, we needed to, okay, quickly as possible. But in those days, some kind of time, it's a mess. Is there anything I could do to help? Okay, see myself, blah 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 blah. Who hasn't placed their vote yet? The first one is blah 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 blah, we'll go through that. And that's two of them. Maybe you find a way to get them to consume to make a decision. I'll give it a try. Okay. Yeah, don't become king in this. It's just a kind of survival thing. Yeah. It's not that complicated. So how have you been, Samak? What have you been up to? No, it's just, you know, these quests are very, very basic. It's mostly about, you know, the survival, gathering up junk and building. You know, something like Valheim. But the quests are obviously a lot more complicated than Valheim. Valheim is the real basic stuff. And this is just a few steps ahead. Now, let's see what these guys want. Right, here's one guy anyway. I hope they don't have a little quest for me to do. So this is our save here, so we'll go right back here. And we should be good. Now, let's see what they need. Left the village for unknown reasons. What happened? Oh, it's you again. Get me started regarding the village since our wedding night. Listen, Of course. Suppose that I could him the town certainly the fear, blah 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 blah. Why did he overreact so much? I blame that guy has been feeling has been doubts and fears, blah 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 blah. I see. Listen. Listen out the house is yours, okay. We went forth we decided to leave. Bandit problem could still be resolved. I knew there was bandits here somewhere. Oh, I'll look for him. Okay, that's one of them anyway. Now, where's the other guy? Yeah, but where's the other guy? Oh, I see. It's not giving me a chance to talk to the other guy here, is it? I'd like to get the two of them here to save me a trip back. No, that's good. That's good. So no matter which one you pick, it probably winds up the same way. Right, let's get going. Alright. Oh, it will be bandits. Alright, that's... Well, if that's the case, I better change over the poisoned bowls. That'll give me a little bit of an edge. Especially if we're shooting these guys from a distance. I'll switch over to the poison bowls. Yeah. Okay. There. Let's equip those. Well, we still can. There. Alright. Okay. We'll probably need some food and water and then we can move. And some water. That's it, we're good to go. Now, let's see what this is about. So we'll mess about with these when we quickly, you know, finish up what we need to do at the start of a season, so we get to the minimum amount of time. But I think it's tomorrow evening. We can fast forward to the next season. That will be our minimum 3 days.
Yeah.
We need to age that population we have.
Onward! Giddy up!
Very hard to control a horse in this, you know that. A gallop and the control stick are the same. You gotta push down on that left analog as you're steering as well, and that's uncomfortable to say the least. It would be better if it was maybe the right trigger. Yeah. Or even the left trigger, but definitely the right. And there's no real movements on horseback, so it should have been an easy thing to do. Now, where's that guy? Oh, they're always in the tavern, aren't they?
One of the travelers told me that in the south, people ride on horses with 2 large hands.
There he is.
Is that...
Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're good. You're new in town, aren't you? Yes. I came here recently to enjoy the fine local beverages and taste a bit of town life. Is there anything I can do to help you? You have some interesting carved rocks there. None of them are for sale. They're family heirloom from my past life. You wouldn't find any use for them anyway. I believe these stones have a higher purpose, you know. There's an election that cannot be concluded without a full set of these. Ah, I see where it's going. Okay. The whole village is waiting for me. Going back seems even more impossible. Don't blame me for delaying the whole ceremony and all of the decision making. What am I saying? Blah 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 blah. I'm not coming back because the bandit tried not their option. The vote could still change. Both candidates have ideas now to defend the settlement. Potential bandit threat. And if they're wrong, I'm not convinced. Blah 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 blah. The people of the realm will benefit from eradicating the bandit problem. I'll do it. Okay. I knew it was going to go down that way. Now, I am carrying elite armor on the horse, but we'll freeze to death, but we'll give it a shot. Voice of the people, cleanse the lands of bandits. Oh, this is the best time to do it, isn't it? Where are these guys? This is going to be interesting. I'll see if we can draw them out one by one. Where are they? Okay, they're 1,000 meters that away. That should bring them... Oh, sugar. Yeah, they're a good bit down. Oh, I know exactly where they are. That little bandit camp out from here. Okay, let's give it a shot. Ow. We would want to be kind of careful on this one. I knew it was going to be bandits anyway. Right. Ah, it took a bit over.
Onward!
You know what? I'll take the carriage down. Yeah, it's not like we need the money anymore. I think there's only another 80 grand or something and I'll get that achievement. Yeah, okay. We need to go there. What's that? Oh yes, something. Whatever it is.
How are you?
It cost about 2.5, what? 130. Yeah. It's actually pretty reasonable for him from here. I don't know why that's 160. Hang on, let's see which one it is.
Have a good
It
day.
is that one, isn't it?
Hey.
Yeah, there it is there. There it is there.
How is life treating you?
Yeah, we'll give him money. Save us a ton of time. Now, it's just at the bottom of the forest here. Oh. Okay. No, I'm not familiar with this little spot actually. I'll try and get these guys one by one. Although really I think I need my armor, but we'll give it a shot without the armor. It's a bit of a pest. They're there, is it? No, it's just the fox. Oh, apparently we're pretty close here. Where are they? What the? Okay, I don't get it, guys. They must be up here at the top of this, are they? Yeah, we might be able to use this to our advantage, are we? Okay, we got an auto save. Huh. Yeah, this is the spot, guys. Get rid of the bandage near... Yeah. There's no bandits here. This could be a problem. You know that. I wonder, is there a way around this? Did we have to pick this one? Oh, there. No, there's one. Yeah, it's bugged. The idiots are trapped. Or was there a cave here? I know, we're gonna find out in a minute, aren't we? Nope. We're good. No, I think they're trapped in here, aren't they? Yeah, that was stupid, wasn't it?
You'll be stone cold.
No, this is really stupid. Okay. Okay. That bow is not gonna hack it for me. Okay, I'm gonna go in with my armor. Yeah, I'll go in with the armor. That bow is not gonna hack it. Anyway, I wanted to check this out. We'll bring our horsey in. I've got the sword, I've got the whole thing and shield. We'll see how it works. That's okay for the weaker guys. You know, you can find a decent spot to pick them off from. Or for hunting, it's not bad. I could do with some potions as well for using this armor. I could go freeze to that. Yeah, okay.
How are you?
That potion of temperature, I wonder if I can get one back here. I think I've got... No, I think I sold it. Stupid. I'll have to make some later. I didn't think I'd need it. It was clogging up the place. Right, we'll see how long we can last in this steel coffin. We might be okay. So what's our weight? 46 of 80. Okay. We'll give it a shot. And the shield. Yeah, but you can equip the shield, but you don't use it for blocking. It's not too bad. Okay, we'll see if we can draw them out like we did last time. Go up here and then we'll run down more. See if we can hack right through them. Mostly use the bow on this, to be honest. There we go. There's only one guy here that's gonna be a bit of a problem, so there. We'll just have that one there for a moment. Yep.
I should better warm myself up.
Okay, so far so good. We'll take the few hits for what it's worth. Okay, there's more. Alright, where's the rest of these guys?
I don't feel my fingers.
Yeah. Getting all of these guys out. There's one guy in particular, wasn't there? There he is. Yeah, it's some kind of bug, guys. It's got to be some kind of bug. Let's see if we can draw him out. I think we're in deep trouble here, you know that? Yeah, they're glitched. I think they should have been here. You see this?
I need more cloves or some fire.
I don't know. Maybe if I sleep till morning and come back, I might be able to get the other guys out. And this definitely seems like a bug. There's only one archer left as well. But he's not coming out anytime too soon, is he? Okay, we'll see if it works. This is going to be a problem.
Freezing.
Yeah, hi Pokemons. Yeah, they seem to be glitched. Okay, we'll wait till morning and we'll give it a shot again. So, what have you been up to? Ah, that's a pity. I knew there was something wrong, you know. But the first time they all spawned in, well, I'm not sure to be honest. There's one archer that's still there. All I can do is wait till morning or then wait till the next season and see. Usually, with a season change, it fixes any of those little bugs. Busy. Nice. Nice. So was it some kind of acid problem or something like that? Ah, I see. Yeah, some strain on the muscles and stuff. Right. This is going to be a serious problem, guys, this quest. That's a pity. Or maybe the horse will... I usually love chasing the horse, so we'll bring the horse in. Now, is there a cave there, guys? There's no cave there. Oh, there's the cave! Oh, I didn't see it in the dark. There's actually a cave. Yeah, there's a cave. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't see the cave. Okay, he's probably down here. Okay, that's not too bad. There is actually a cave. I thought it were glitched. It was too dark. Bye-bye. That's it, guys. We are done. We got it. No, the elite armor was worth making up in the end. It's still taking a bit of damage, but it's better than using that crossbow. You know, there's too many of them. It's a waste of time. That it? Yeah, talk to him. We killed them all. I haven't seen this cave before. Let's see where it goes. I change back into her other clothes. Oh, right back out here. Ah. Oh, I remember this. I did a little quest here. For that nutcase guy. Right. Let's go. I think we're good. Now. Okay. And we'll get rid of that stuff. Oh, wear our pants as well, be handy. Yeah, well, too cold on that one. Oh, and of course, we'll get back our little axe. Now, we got some junk as well to sell. Oh, for a moment I thought we were glitched in here. But there is some kind of cave. Well, I bet they're all dead now anyway. I thought it was worth, you know, wasting that room on the horse to store this for these little problems. That's it. Yep, that's the one. Yep. And we'll sell that junk. Oh, that was nice. We got out of that one. I don't need to stay in that armor very long, so that's why I didn't bother with the potions. You know, just to take out 4 to 6 bandits. Now he's probably in town, but let me see what time it is. We can sell the stuff back here, I suppose. But I think she's got some animal feed I want, so I'll hang around. We'll buy it. We can sell this junk as well. Where's that lady with the animal feed?
How can I help?
Yep, we'll take that. Now, get rid of the bow, the copper iron, the copper axe, the iron battle axe, the spiked cudgel, the stone arrow, the stone knife. The rest I kind of need. Yeah, even the clay vial. Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. That's something we can give as a gift. We keep those ones. That's it. That's probably getting low on that anyway.
Whatever you need. Have a nice day.
Now, right, we'll drop this off, and we're ready to go. Then we can, at the end of this day, we can skip on to the next season into spring. Get something new to do. As long as I get one quest of these story quests out each season, I'm happy with that. When I get that population a little bit older in that settlement. Okay, we put those bags in there. My farmers use those up a lot. I usually make them, but if I get any of that junk, I'll kind of hold on to it. Right, what do we like for potions and food and stuff? Okay, we need one of each. We're okay for that, so one of each. I don't have time to fix that one up. Gonna have to make the time. You know, we'll finish the quest anyway, aren't we? Let's see if we can get some of this roach done, guys. Yeah. We have the time anyway. Because that thing is going to be gone off by next season. Oh, we'll see if we can get some of it done at least. You know, as long as we cash in that quest by nightfall and get back to the settlement, we're good. That's why I need the rest of the population to start filling those places. They can be doing all this stuff. I could do the fast crafting, you know, where you could do all those, you know, the same time as it takes doing one, but kind of kills the game for me. The fast crafting. We'll get some of these anyway. Five minutes is a bit long, alright. Now we'll get the 3-7 out. You know what, we're better off selling them as they are. You know that? It's not worth the hassle for another couple of dimes. Yeah, okay. We just get 27, we'll sell them the way they are. Yeah, this is just silly. Not like we need the money. Yeah, we'll sell them as they are. Let's get the potions we need. Yeah, that's it, we're okay. Get some water and we're off. We'll get back to the settlement. I don't think there's much to do. Just try and wait it out to get to the other season. We have to wait till 5 or 7 PM or something. That's unless he doesn't hit me with another quest, but I don't. We'd have to kind of finish it. Do that next season. We'll stick to the roads, it's not worth it.
Giddy up. Via.
straight into... Oh! Oh, my horse is still alive, thank goodness. That was a close one. What's his heart like? Not bad, about 20%. Okay, can take a bit of a battering then.
Here. Onward. Here.
Unbelievable, isn't it? You can't even touch off any of those. Yeah, you go flying every time. Oh, for God's sake, where are we going? There, we're in. Now let's get rid of this junk and then we'll hand in that quest. Right,
We all make mistakes.
let's see if you got any
Hello
money.
there.
You have money. Oh, he could almost take it all. Okay,
Prices. Have a
one
good day.
more roach.
How are you?
Nope.
Whatever. So,
You haven't got enough. What about you?
Can I help?
Yeah. There, we need the meat. That's it, guys. We've got rid of all our rubbish.
Trade is goodbye, dear.
Now, yeah, there he is. Now, I'm hoping they don't send us anywhere else after this. The Oxbow's safer than it was when we spoke before. Is really did you hire merchants to help them deal with it? I believe you. Should I go back and collect their scalps? Do you want to come with me and see it for yourself? No, that won't be necessary. I see no hesitation in your voice, blah blah blah. And the stains and bruises on your hands speak for themselves. I'm glad you're satisfied. Done. I'm done. Now, something about going back next season, is there? Yeah, we won't get this time. Yeah. Oh, we could talk to him, I suppose, and see. If it's a finish up of the quest, that's cool. But if he brings us on another one, no, we'll do it next season. I was finally convinced the man would return and join his wife and vote in the ongoing election. The next hesitant voter. No, that's another quest. We'll go back next season. Yeah, we'll go back next season for that one. I'm not doing two of those together. Right. Let's see what's happening at the settlement. We do a little bit of organisation and then we're off. What do we like for cash anyway? Well, we're about 58 grand away from that achievement. There's a little bit to do here on the farm anyway. Those guys should be behind on the threshing and the barn. There's only one really bad worker there.
Here. Let's go.
I suppose for a while I could switch the other guys over. Let's see what needs to be done here. We'll spend the rest of our time here catching up until we can sleep. We'll see how much time we have as well. We've got 6 minutes. Well, it's more like 12. Yeah, it's more of a... Oh. Okay. 150 honeycomb. That's stupid, isn't it? I didn't see that. Right, okay. Alright, let's get... Oh, hang on, let's see. Well, everything seems to be okay here. What's this guy like for buckets? Okay.
I should bring my relatives over.
Right. Get rid of the buckets, collect whatever junk is in the pantry. Yeah, it's a lot of kids. That's just a fraction of them. And then we'll have a look at the barn. Okay. Might lay slightly behind as well with the smithy with the knives we've been selling. Let me have a look. Yeah, we'll have a look from here. 92, okay. Let's see. Ah, 92 is not bad, but...
Hey, I was using that.
Okay, they've not been making bronze bars. I think that's my job for the time being until I get the other smithy up. Ooh, sugar. We'll do some of them anyway. See, I wanted the other blacksmith up to do this and to make the actual knives. But it would be madness when I've got 50 odd kids to bring in more settlers, which would give more kids again. So we'll just make a few of these and we'll help out a little bit in the barn. We've got enough knives to last us a few seasons anyway, I'd say. Maybe after this, do another 40, 50, enough for maybe 2 seasons. They're only selling them at 50% speed.
I'm hammering out a solution to my problems.
That's enough because it takes ages to make the knives as well. 45 will do. So we'll just make a couple. But yeah, I definitely need some decent blacksmiths up doing this. 2 more. I've got the spot made and all. Everything ready, tools, but yeah, 5 minutes, see what I mean? I'll just make about 5 or 6 of them and store the rest, and it's the barn I'm more interested in. Make sure those guys have everything they need for next season. Although there was a good bit of a surplus, but I don't want it to build up too much. Right, we get 1 more. I'll make it an even 100 or something on it. There. Well, close enough to 100. Now, this one down here, hang on, we need some food. We're just killing time, just till it gets late enough to sleep till the next season. Giving these guys a bit of a hand as well. Okay. Now, okay, let's see how far we are behind on this.
I don't like grain. It's coarse
Okay.
and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Yeah, this guy is pretty slow. I do a little bit of this, but it's mostly, I think I've got a good bit of that. It's mostly the grain I want to sort. Once I've got everyone in place, I can fine tune it and get the mill working as well. Yeah, that's enough for a moment. We'll do it from the other one down here. He is a wee bit slow. Yeah, you see what I mean? It's gonna take forever. Without enough farmers in here. I'll check the map in a minute. We'll see what time we have. See, there's 12 7x7 fields. There's some flax fields as well, but there's only like 24 in both of them. They're pretty small. They're more of more aesthetic than anything else. Yeah, let's get rid of this for a moment. So how long do we have to wait? Unless we can waste up our time. Okay, it's 4 o'clock, so 3 minutes max, I think. 7, I think we can sleep. Alright, what's this other? Oh, it's just the oats. Yeah, okay. I'll give it a shot. We just do this till it gets to about 2 minutes left. Then we're good. That's a lot of oats, isn't it? There's the lights on. Yeah, it shouldn't be much longer. Okay, we get that to 150. Well, we get it to 169. That's it then. That should do it. Then we're into spring, we'll leave them to their own thing. Now in spring there should be people dropping out and some more coming in, but I've nearly got all the houses full, so that will stop them. Should be a few more coming back out. Or coming back in, and I think 3 more leaving. That's enough. Right, that's the best we can do. Let's see if we can get the spring. Maybe if we're lucky, get another little challenge. Yep, that would do. Now, we just grab some water on the way down, but I think we should be able to sleep it off. This is okay, this costume I'm wearing, except summer. Yeah, so it's about the best, really. There, we're as ready as we're ever going to be. So, start of the season, we'll let them do their own thing. We'll finish the message board quickly and then we'll get back to that quest. But before we leave here, there'll be some minor damage that we've got to control, and some people dropping out and coming back in. We'll find them places. The usual stuff. Okay. Spring of 12. Ah, trade 2. Okay, it was close. 1, 0. Ah, sugar. Gotta wait another 2 minutes. Okay. We'll add a countdown. It's not a second. It's more like 2 seconds. Yeah, it's 2 seconds, alright. So that's the case. You'd be doing about a 24-minute day, 24-minute night. Yeah. It's moving too slow for 1 second. I think it's 2. Well, it's 1.5 at least. I haven't actually timed it. So give me time to get something to drink. But that's the minimum you can do, and the kind of recommended would be 3-day season. But if you're building big, it's not really good enough. You'll never have time to do anything. So I have the season set at max, and then when I'm finished whatever I'm doing, I can, whether it's 3 days or 10 days, I can fast forward then to the next season. There it is. Let me get another save in. Yep, that's the one. What's this? Get out of my inn. Your tavern is occupied by a group of armed men, supposedly the king's warriors, who've overstayed. You're welcome to villagers. Avoid the inn, and your wine and beer supplies are dwindling. They'll leave eventually. Enough is enough. Gather your people and get rid of the intruders. You've got a hunch they're not how they claim to be. Tell them that the king's people are going to be there soon. Yeah, okay. The men exchange answers heartily, thank you for your hospitality, and then go away, never to be seen again. One of them even forgets his gambison. Okay, right. Animal birds, 2 chicks, okay. Well, that was kind of uneventful. Oh, nice, we got a challenge, guys. We got a challenge. It'll be interesting. I wonder what it is. No, where's that junk we got? Yeah, there it is. What's that like, anyway? Yeah, we'll be selling that. And some other junk. Now, let's see. What's the damage? Well, population is the same, so there's no one to, there's no one to rehouse or... Okay, extraction, excavation shed, the fishing hut, and there's there, services, always the builder's hut for some reason, and the storage. Well, we'll get him to do the storage. Okay, let's get this fixed. All the rest we can do. And we'll gather up any surplus we have. No, which of the food storages was it? Okay, it's probably the other one. Yeah, we can get him to do it after anyway. There's another food storage here. Okay, it's one of the other ones. Right, let's get the other ones down here fixed and then we'll go. That's not bad, we got a challenge as well. I'll see what that guy wants. Well, there's 2 more food storages. It could be that one up there, but it could be this one. We could check it in the map later. That is a food storage. Down here. No, it's the other one. You wouldn't believe how much dye it took to decorate the outside of this. Right, let's do this quick fix up until we get enough builders in to do it themselves. I just use them for doing the other ones I have out, out from the settlement. Saves me going out there. Okay. Oh, he's okay for spears anyway for a while. There's the food storage there, it's that one. Oh, this one took a battering, didn't it? Hang on, what's going in here? Have I run out of something, have I? No. Ah, that's weird. I can't seem to repair this. Hang on. There. Yeah. Silly. Alright, I think there's one more down here. Oh, I think that's it. Seems to be. No. The goose house. Oh, sugar. There, that one. Yeah, it did take a right battering, didn't it? At the goose house and then we're done. Oh, I see how these guys are getting all the crops. Yeah, they're out there doing their thing. God knows I've got enough of them on these fields. Right. And there's the goose house. Oh, hang on. No, they hit that goose. That's it, I think. Notice. No, one of the falls, guys. How could that be? Okay, we missed one. The goat one. Ah, for God's sake. Okay. We missed one. It's funny, I was just in here. That's the goat there, isn't it? Oh, there it is. That's why we missed it. There. Oh, we're done. Right. Yeah, well, I haven't got anyone there yet. The excavation shed and then we're good. Yeah, I moved him out. I needed him elsewhere. All we've got to do is collect this junk and we'll see what needs to be done in town. Let's see if we can get through this season just as quickly. I've still a lot to do here, fencing and some kind of seeding area. I'll get around to it later. Still too much to do. There. That's that part of it, I think. Yeah, that's it. Right. Now let's see what we've got here in excess. We'll bring that with us and we'll sell it, I'd say. There's still fencing to go on this side as well. Some kind of little entrance as well. We can get from there to there. Let's see if we can do that a little later. Oof. We'll get some of it, I suppose. Yeah, that's enough. We should be able to live off that. The cooks will catch up pretty quickly. Now, let's go sell this junk. I might be able to add some lighting here, but it would look too gaudy, I suppose. I'll check it later. We could do with some lighting. The problem you'll get the brazier things, but they're very, very hard on the frame rate. I might be able to get a couple of those in somewhere, I suppose. Right, we're ready. We'll see what this challenge is, and the board as well. We'll start to get rid of some of this junk.
Let's go! Onward! Move on. Onward! Let's go! Onward! Here! Giddy up! Let's go! Via!
Now, as long as there's no pigeon ones on this, I'll be happy. Okay. 8 stew, so I'll need some carrots, won't I? 16 carrots. Salt, we've got that. Fertilizer, we've got that. Yeah, that's okay. We can manage those. Now, this guy.
How is life treating you?
And then we'll see what that one is about. Now, what did I say? 8 stews, so 16 carrots.
How can I help you?
Well, there's 8 of them anyway. I will take the berries, guys. There. All the honeycomb. This guy had a lot of cash, didn't he? Doesn't matter.
Only the good luck.
Now I need to go down to fill up with more junk. Let's see what this challenge is as well. Get out of the way, stump. Wooden shovel, 42. Copper shovel, 4. Bronze shovel, 4. Iron shovel, 3. Okay. Looks like we've got a bit of crafting to do. These ones are easy enough. Hopefully we get some of those now, except the stew. I'll need 16 carrots. We need to go back to the settlement. It's a pity there should be a little crafting station here. Would have making it so much easier.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah, would have making it so much easier. Now, I think I might have another 8 carrots here. Sugar, I had enough. Doesn't matter. Okay, we've got enough carrots. We only needed, what, 16? We've got a 26. Right. Let's see what have we got to sell. Okay, where's that honey? I got a big quest, you know, for that wine, so I've been kind of storing it up. No, it's just takes too long to call it in. It wasn't far I had to go. And how have you been, blonde? Ah, there it is. We've got to take that guy. And where's that meat? Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, we don't have any meat. Okay. Oh, a raid. Hi, Space Viking. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? We're just still working on Medieval Dynasty. It's a pretty decent game. So, what were you streaming, Viking? I'm just trying to get through the seasons quickly. I've got a very young population in this settlement. I think about 55% are kids. You know, the houses I built were maybe a little bit on the big side, so they filled up the beds pretty quickly. Now, let me just get through this junk for a moment. Now let's see, is there anything else we can bring to sell? No, we've got a lot of junk to get rid of later. Okay. Just a honeycomb, isn't it? Oh yeah, and there's some stuff this guy wants as well. Let's see what it is. Oh, we gotta pay taxes. Oh, that one. So we need 40 salt, and we need 18 fertilizer. I got that in storage here. 18 fertilizer there. And 40 salt. 40 salt. Okay, that's 2 of them anyway. Well, the water we'll have to whip till we get back to the settlement. Same as that stew, so we can get rid of 3 of these here. And the last of the junk we have. And then straight back to the settlement, and we'll work it from there. Come cash those 2 in, and then we'll see if we can pick that that quest, that voting quest thingy. See if we can get it done. Just chilling. Nice. Well, I've done a little bit more on this village. I eventually got the kind of weight with the king, you know, when you're doing quests and that, to get a crest and to name the town. So, this is the outlay of it so far. There it is there. Put a lot of time into that one. Oh, hi Corin. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. So I called it Farabalya, which means in English far from home. So that's the name of our town. And now we can actually, you know, use the car to get back there. Right, we'll hand in these ones, sell the junk and get the other two done, and then that will leave us open for the other quest. We'll help the farmers do the catch up with the spring crop. And we should be done in plenty of time for a 3-day season. Yeah, I named the town. But it took a while for the challenges to come in. They were kind of glitchy.
Isn't it weird that only women
Right. Taxes, I suppose, are this guy. It's some of them. This guy's for the taxes, isn't he? Where is he? Gilbert.
Ah, you have taken care.
Right, that's out of the way. We're about 11 grand shorter than we were. Now, where's the other ones? Let's get these out real quick. Yeah, we're in year 12. I've been just clearing the message boards and trying to get one of the story quests done. Then helping out, you know, on the farm. Just about making the 3 days. Well, I won't be able to skip to another season. It's a minimum of 3 days. You couldn't get. It was French, but also German. I've heard the accent before. I've heard French spoken in a German accent. It's unforgettable. Yeah, it's a mighty clash, all right. Yeah. Now, where's these other guys? Yeah, that's him. I'm not interested in him. There it is there. Where is he? There he is, he's down. We missed him. There you go, he'll take 2 of them straight away off our hands.
How are you? So long. How are you? Take care.
There, all we gotta do is go back and collect the junk, make the stew. And we should be good. That will clear the message board, and then we'll work on this little guy's challenge. And once we get back, it's not too bad as spring. I'll show you the changes I made, but I've still a bit to do. There's still a lot of fencing and a lot of, well, at least I've got all of the dye painting outside. That took a while because of the sheer amount of dye it used. There's only so much of that stuff you can make yourself. For quite a while.
Here,
But French in a German accent is unforgettable.
onward.
Nice. Well, that's good. That's good. So, hang on, let me just save it here. So, this is the decoration outside. I did the larger houses with a 2 and a 3. The smaller ones with 3 and 4. And these kind of production buildings just with a 4.
My grandpa used to say,
Now, I haven't started on the wooden buildings yet. I'm not sure about these. Yeah, I'll have a look at them later. So everything is done with that. So this is what I wanted to do here, so you can see why I needed them all to be the largest possible tree. So that's why this is all pear. This is the largest tree. That took a considerable amount of time. I straightened up the road system a bit on this, because what's good to the eye is not good by the map. So that seems to be nice and even now. That's my house, there. And this, although I haven't finished it yet, you believe how long this took to get it looking straight. I'll put some junk in here later. I still haven't got around the benches and stuff. This is where the sign is. And the reason the sign is here is wherever you put the sign it will show up, and this is about as central as I can get it on the settlement. There. No matter what direction you turn it in, it will always face this way. But this definitely needed to be faced out this way. It's just one-sided. Now, ideally I suppose it would be on the road, but you know. She probably picked up a bit. She probably lived in Germany for a while. So what you've heard was the French accent that had a kind of little bit of German in it. So she must have been there and immersed in it, you know, for at least a couple of decades. You know, you will. As long as, you know, let's say, you know, as long as you're not with other, you know, French-speaking people. If you're totally immersed in a language, you'll pick up a few words. Yeah, and a bit of an accent as well, but not much. So that's it there on that. But what took up a savage amount of time is the decorating, strangely enough. But at least they're all done. It's just the little bits, fences and junk and little workstations I've got to do. But they're all fully decorated. Kid won't let me out. I did manage 2 little houses down here. But it was just enough to stop the spawning deer out here, which is kind of okay. I wouldn't mind another tavern, to be honest. If I can find a room. Although I'll do this later. So I have perimeter fencing to do, which I'm not sure, you know, maybe even squeeze in a couple of more buildings. But I'm in no rush for that. I've still got other things to get out of the way. On this, there's not much I can do with this. I can't really build here. I suppose I could get small plots of maybe growing seasonal carrots and cabbage and stuff, which is kind of handy for the quests. Kind of smaller spots if I can get some kind of symmetry going on it without taking out too many of the trees. You know, I think I can work it. Yeah. And I still need a little bit more down here as well, obviously. But there's tons of little bits and pieces I control around. Haystacks, hay bales, you know, butter turning stations, wheelbarrows, stuff like that. But that's a kind of finish up, kind of decorating thing, you know. Hmm. Hmm. Look, yeah. Then double take. I think there's nothing really strange about it. But yeah, I suppose so. That's hanging out, playing games, making friends. It's no different than, I suppose, for older people, any of the other social media. Except the games thing. There's always been a bit of a taboo on gaming, hasn't there? For adults. Blonde. That's going all the way back to the 80s. You know? It will turn kids to violence. Unbelievable. All you've got to do is see a movie now, or even a TV show. It's far more violence and stuff. You know, and yeah, there's always been a bit of a taboo. Even today, I suppose. But that generation has almost died out. So that's everything I've done in this so far. I'm happy enough with it so far, but the little decorating pieces will make all of the difference eventually.
It's not much, but it's honest.
And that I'll fuss and get around to it later. Now, let's see what we need. Okay, we need 8 stew and 12 water. Let's see if we can get rid of that. And just get those little quests out of the way. Oh, we need salted meat, so we need 8, so 16, so we'll have to make some more with this one. Okay,
If
this
only I
is...
could make a bench myself, but it's
Okay,
just
let's see if this one will do.
furniture making
Carrot,
is
meat,
almost
okay.
swimming.
Maybe this one will do. I don't think this one will do. I can load it up again anyway, there's no... But stew is stew. Yeah, I think that one might do. It'll save us making a trip to that fishing hut. No. But it was a thing they used to do. I remember they tried to cancel GTA when it came out back in the very, very early days. And that turned out to make that game probably the most successful game ever. It was the best free publicity ever. Money couldn't buy that kind of publicity. Even to the fact that, you know, Sony tried to ape it there at one stage. You know, to launch their their consoles and their games, but it did it in the most unusual, silly way. I know if they did it today, they would be they'd make the boycott that Elon had look like like it was friendly. Yeah. Well, no, they turn violent anyway. You know, if it wasn't going to be that, it would be something. You know, it's like that horrible kid that went into that cinema dressed as Neo from the Matrix. You know, you remember that guy? Of course, there's a lot of saying, "Oh, it's the movie," blah blah blah. But if it gets to the stage where we have to censor everything, like 1984, it's not going to make a difference, you know. If you haven't the common sense to tell between a movie and real life and what's going on, you're going to do these things anyway. You know, you're psychopathic. Of course, you know, you might try to copy a movie or something because you're absolutely insane, you know. But no. Nothing got to do with that. Not a thing got to do with that. Yeah. Well, it's I don't know, with psychopathic people, it's part nurture and part nature, I suppose. I do believe that genetics are involved to a reasonable degree. I've known families here, let's say, with mental problems, and my family has known their family for maybe 6, 7 generations, and they seem to have a disproportionate amount of people, affected by, suicide, depression, that kind of thing. Maybe sometime in the future they'll find some little gene that's switched on or something for that. Who knows? But nurture has a lot got to do with it as well, what you've been subjected to as a kid, from an early age up to, 14. It really makes you what you are, your experiences. And if they're bad, although, some, let's say, if they have a bad social life with their family, it, when their turn comes to have their family, they do it exactly the opposite and say that will never happen to me. But to be honest, most of them just, monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. I would say maybe 80%, will, follow that kind of thing, that vicious circle. But as I said, real serious problems show, pretty early. Sometimes, well, yeah, I do suppose, let's say, a dysfunctional family or parenting, I would say it would occur mostly on that, but I wouldn't say it's, the absolute, thing that does it. There's privileged kids that, do it as well, but yeah, mostly that does now, I suppose, the strain. Yeah. Oh, hi, Paddy. And how have you been? But yeah, I knew this kid in school. But he was, he was nuts. Yeah. He was that kind of kid that wanted attention, Yeah. The guy that would do disgusting things, kind of class clown, eating earthworms, that kind of stuff. But he graduated on to become, serial killer, really. But I remember when he was in his early teens, he was big into animal cruelty. That's a surefire sign way of, someone with some serious problems. I do remember giving a couple of tumps one time when he was throwing puppies in the air and watching them smash on a concrete pad. Yeah. A nasty piece of work, that guy. But he died in prison, I heard. Yeah, I got in contact with some old friends after, and we were having a discussion, and I said, do you remember that guy we used to go to school with? Ex-guy? Oh yeah, they were still from the old hometown. I said, yeah, they're actually reading something in the paper or something. I think he died in the UK. He died in prison. Nasty piece of work, that guy. So, what have you been up to, Paulie? But yeah, video games, movies have nothing got to do with someone's, mental stability, to be honest. If you're in such a bad state where you can't tell, movies or games from reality, you're going to go down that path anyway. Okay, what are we doing? Oh yeah, that still would do. Okay, we need 12 buckets of water. We need some water and food, and then we'll sleep till morning. Nice. So, 12. 12 buckets of... Let me take these as well. And we need 12. There we go. Let me take that honeycomb. This guy could do with a bit of help here on this. I don't know how much of these we can take actually. We'll take as many as we can. Oh, not many. There. And we can saw the excess. Okay. So we'll sleep, we'll head into town, we'll get rid of those 2 quests. We'll leave the guys to the farming here. And once we get the other quests done, they should be ready, and that should be just in time to get to summer. Yeah, we're a bit slow on the walking. Yeah, we might be able to sleep it off here. Though we could do with water, couldn't we? United. Yeah, you're talking about Man United, is it? Yeah, all my grandnephews go over to those matches. Yeah. All of them. My nephews and grandnephews, yeah. Yeah. The game, anyway, I kind of tuned out of soccer a long time ago, Paulie. You know, maybe a year or 2 after, you know, Man U won the treble. It was a great game at that time, you know what I mean? There were certain rules in place. You couldn't have any more than 2 foreign players. You know, they had to be born in the country, or at least have one parent, I think, from that country. And then it all changed, you know what I mean? You could have as many foreign players as possible. And then the oligarchs started coming in, you know. You remember they bought up Man City? That was a really failing team. And I think that Russian, what was he doing? He was some kind of metal guy. Yeah, but he was worth, it's more like money laundering than anything else, to be honest. But he bought up a failing club, poured a ton of money in, bought all world-class players, and before you know it, then they're tops. That, to me, is like a play to win. That's like if you're playing a game and, you know, it's good and it's exciting and that. And then some guy walks in and he's got all the top weapons, he just bought them. He skipped everything, you know what I mean? Nah. And the other thing about it, yeah, it's a pay to win thing. I tuned out of soccer after that, to be honest. Another thing as well, when you've got 2 teams with that many world-class players, it's a slow and boring game, to be honest. How many 0-0 draws have we seen? In a slow kind of defensive kind of fight out, you know. You know, when you had a few kind of mid players in their kind of weak spots, it was a lot faster, quicker game, you know. Lots of scoring, you know, lots of excitement, lots of mistakes, lots of stuff like that. It was a really good game. But yeah, it's destroyed. And then, you know, FIFA's, I don't know, have they done the goal line technology yet? That was as corrupt as anything. The stuff that guys used to get away with, you know, red cards that should have been handed out, you know, penalties that should have been handed out. Yeah, no, that's soccer. It's still huge. No, I'm not that much into sports anymore, to be honest. It's too much about the money now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like all I want to do now is sell you overpriced merchandise and stuff, you know. But I suppose the Bossman deal as well had a lot got to do with that. I remember back, well, it's their own fault really. Clubs really did abuse their players in the past. We're talking about the 80s, early 80s, you know. They could basically, you know, once they signed a contract, they could, well, kind of do what they wanted with them. And even, you know, if the club didn't want them anymore, they had to have permission to go to another club. And they could leave them in limbo. It was a horrible situation. But there was a guy, I think he was Belgian. His name was something Bossman. And now it's called the Bossman transfer. You've probably heard of it. But he brought his case to the European human rights, and found in his favour that you can't be doing that. So now when a player's contract is up, he has the right to not sign another one, to just walk away. So if you're a really good player, obviously now the club has got to kind of give you more and more money and give you more concessions. The kind of knock-on effect of that is, they're giving them like obscene amounts of money now. So ticket prices went up, and it's become way more commercial, than what it was. It's all about the merchandising and stuff now. Yeah, that's that kind of stuff here. It wasn't like that here until about, I'd say about 3 decades ago, 3.5 decades ago. Yeah, now it's just a money-making game. That's all it is. But it's a great sport. I've always loved it. But as I said, being able to buy as long as you have the money, being able to buy as many players as you want. No, that ruined it for me, to be honest. That ruined it. I think the height of my soccer interest would have been, around the time that Man U won the treble. Oh, the last one was Bayern Munich, wasn't it? They were down 2 goals or something, and I think in the last 8 or 9 minutes they scored 3 or something like that, and they got the treble. The Champions League, the League Cup, and the other one, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's ridiculous. But back those times, it was, always popular, very, very popular actually. But, the average price of tickets, would have been, pretty reasonable. But they used to sell out pretty quickly. And the guys used to, come in and buy a ton of tickets and then sell them on the black market kind of thing for maybe 10 times or more. Like what they do with concerts, the scalping thing. But they started to put in a law then, I think. I think now it's illegal, I think, to sell a ticket for more than you've already paid for it. They should do something like that with the other stuff as well, with concert tickets. Because you've got people coming in, one person buying up 1,000 tickets, ruining it for everyone. And that's not helping the artists either, is it? Just sheer greed. But it was a strange time indeed, the 80s, for soccer. I remember the Hillsborough disaster. Lots of people died in that one.
Onward! Here!
Now, I think we need some water.
Let's go!
Scalping, yeah. I think they're still doing it here on tickets. Kind of low profile. But I think not like thousands of tickets like they used to do before. I think the kind of thing, if somebody has a ticket for a concert and they want to use it, I think it's more like a bidding war or something, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's the flaw, I think, in it. The what do they call it? The loophole. That if you say, okay, I've got a ticket, it costs me 200, who wants to buy it? And the guy comes in and say, I'll buy it for 200. Then another guy, yeah, I'll give you 250. But auctioning something is not. It's not legal. Yeah. So I think that was their way around it. But there's no, that's with one ticket. But if you have 20 tickets, there's no way you're getting away with that. So it did help a lot. Yeah, because of scalpers and people like that. You see what they did with the consoles, using bots to buy them all up? When I got to that bad of a stage, what they should have doing is, they shouldn't have been sold online. You'd have to walk into the store and maybe show some ID or something. And then that could be registered that you bought one. That's how bad it was, And then this artificial scarcity that's everywhere, just to hype up prices, But 90% of, here at least, the scarcity of stuff is artificial, It's just companies holding back from doing it to drive up prices. Simple as that. Well, it's always been done to a degree, but I think it's really starting to get out of hand now. But it's kind of getting ridiculous. I've yet to go to the store where I don't see at least 10 items that have an extra 10% tacked on. And that's every week. And I'm thinking to myself, eventually we'll get to the stage where, you'll need to get a wheelbarrow to come in with money to pay for stuff. For X amount of money you're getting less and less shopping every week. Wages are still staying the same, so I don't know how to think they can sustain this. It will get to a burst point, all right, And the quality of the food, oh my God, especially Denny. What I think they've been doing is they've been cheaping out on ingredients, and the food now is absolutely horrible. It's still not dangerous or anything. There's no. It's just the quality,
Hello there.
Okay.
See you soon.
No refunds. And I don't get... Hello.
And that's it, guys. That's all we can sell, really.
Best goods in the world. Today.
Now. Oh yeah, we gotta make up the stuff for that guy, isn't it? Here, it's this guy we want to see. I knew I forgot something. The challenge.
How can I help you? Have a nice day. How can I help you? So long.
Right, those ones are cleaned up. No, it never ends. But it will eventually end when people say that's enough. Obviously, if people are not making any more money and prices keep going up and up, obviously they'll switch brands and, that kind of thing. And then eventually, I don't know what, we'll have to grow our own stuff. But that's a short-term gain for a lot of these companies. But one company here in particular it's really disgusted me, and that's Denny. It's it's been a company that's been around for more than a century. Did some quality kind of processed meat. I don't know, subjective really. But yeah, the stuff was pretty decent. Then we had the pandemic, and then I remember coming back, and it was okay for a while. Then oh my God, when I was being cooked, I had to throw it out. It was like roadkill. It smelled like roadkill. So they must have changed something in it. It tasted sour and disgusting. But I left off it for 6 months. I tried it again. It was just as bad. So I said, that's it. I'm finished. So then I think it was last week or about 2 weeks ago. I went back into a store, and it was missing from the shelves for a while. And here I seen it again, and they changed the packaging this time because they must have really damaged their reputation, and they upped price by by about 1/6 Yeah, they upped the price from by about 1/6. So I said, okay. They've obviously changed the packaging because, they've damaged their reputation with the junk that they've been making lately. And the extra cost is they've decided not to cheap out now to buy the other stuff. And they're just charging a bit extra and they'll go back to what they were. So I said, I'll chance it. Yeah, it was a bit better, but not much. It was still disgusting. So I'm done now. I just can't help the greed, Really bad. Yeah, really bad. But I think it's time now for... Well, there's nothing illegal about it, using cheaper ingredients, but it's gonna really hurt your brand name. They got to where they were by... I won't say selling the best, but, pretty decent, eatable stuff. And now it's just like bargain basement stuff, but they still want the same price and more. So that's not going to last for too long, Now they're living on, just their reputation, their name, which is leaving them pretty quickly. Pretty much like BGS, living on what people's opinion were of them in the past. Same thing, cashing in on the customers, their loyal customers. Ah well. So we gotta go back and we get that stuff for that, what is it, that challenge. Let's see if we can make it up.
Let's go.
Well, at least we got some more junk. We got rid of it. So what do we need for this anyway? 42 wooden shovels, 4 copper shovels, 4 bronze shovels, and 3 iron. Okay, we'll make them up. Yeah, that's what's been happening here. We're always pretty slow to catch up with something, but when we do, we do it in spades. But I can see a lot of these companies definitely losing out. But they don't care. For a year or so they'll make a lot more money. But imagine to sell off your future for a good year. I don't know. Well, I do know I'll never buy their stuff again. I know I'm just one customer, and almost everyone I've met are the same. It even went missing for the shelves for a while. So okay, so what they could do is, they were scandalously expensive anyway. To do the same ingredients as before, and if there's any extra cost, tack it on. We'll see how it goes, but it's not about that anymore. They're still getting the same amount of profit, even if they could do it with the prices they've done. It's just they don't want to. They're probably making it about 20 or 25% cheaper than before. And they think that we're swines or something, that will just eat any junk that they push out. Yeah, horrible. But it's even gotten to the stage, Blonde, that, the stuff in McDonald's tastes really good compared to the stuff that you buy now when you cook. The only thing has been spared, I think, is the unprocessed stuff. The beef and stuff. The beef has always been top-notch here. There's only so much beef you can eat. There's only one way to stop that, is if everyone stops buying those nasty products, The company goes bust, and anyone that follows in their steps will, know not to do it. Yeah. could use one and your clothes smell good. Now you need 4. And you still can't smell it, yeah? Yeah. Cheaping out on everything. But still not only charging the same price, but doubling the price. Doubling the price, and the product is, if you're really lucky, half as good. We're definitely living in a corporate age, you know that. I wish them luck, because everything that goes up like that must eventually come down. And it always comes down with a crash. But when these companies go under, and the public, you know, has had enough, I won't be shedding a tear for them, I can tell you. Okay, we'll do the other shovels first, and we'll see if we can get through this. We'll do the 4 copper shovels. Yeah, we'll see if we can get this one done.
Hey, I was using that.
Copper shovel. Ah, sugar. That's 1 anyway. I meant to do 4, so we need 3 more. That'll be our 4 copper shovels. Yeah, across the board here, pretty much.
What do you mean they can't work until they're 18?
Always some excuse. You know, there's a war on Mars, or, you know, the sun is you know, is not as... it's always some kind of silly excuse. Bronze. We need 4 bronze. Always some silly excuse. Oh yeah, yeah.
I have a
Half as
feeling
good
that
for
even
double the
I would
price.
make better king.
And, you know, when it comes to food and when it comes to detergent and stuff like that, not only have they done that, let's say maybe doubled and sometimes tripled the price for a product that's half as good, but the product is smaller, there's less of it as well. I remember here, you know, when you open, you know, potato crisps and, you know, those kind of snacks and stuff like that. I'm talking 20 years ago. You know, the bag would be full. So, you know, what's the point? You know, if the bag wasn't full. Now you open a bag and there's something like 4 or 5 chips inside. You're just buying an empty bag. Probably, yeah. I'll build you a nice town. It'll be good. Have you been, Indy? And what was it? 3 iron ones,
Damn,
guys?
it's raining pitchforks.
So we got 4. Okay, 3 iron ones.
Actually, I might need a new pitchfork.
Yeah, we're just doing a little challenge. Ah, okay, we need some iron bars. We need at least 12.
Will it take long?
It sickens me every time I go to the store. Just before the pandemic, the brand of butter I used to use, I think it was, I think it was around 270. Then after the pandemic, it was 370. Then about 6 months ago, it got to 4. Then about a month ago, I was in there, and then it was 450. And then about 2 weeks ago, I was in there, and it was 5. I expect to go in next week, and it will be 6. You know what I mean? So yeah, some stuff has double, some has, in your average shop, I would say that the prices have gone up by at least a third across, if you take everything into account, all of your products. At least a third, to be honest. No, I'm being too nice. It's gone up by about 50%, you know. So the shopping you get, let's say, for 100 before is costing you about 150 now. But not only that, the sizes are smaller, and the quality is much worse. Much worse, you know. It's horrible. I was thinking about becoming a farmer, to be honest, growing my own stuff. But the only thing that's been saved here is the unprocessed stuff, obviously. But even at that, some of the stores have been cheaping out. They haven't been chilling the meat. The likes of some of the stores like Dunn's and Tesco's. You open the fridges, let's say, where the meat is on display. I put my hand in, it was actually warmer in there than it was outside. And that's not something you do with pork and chicken. I worked in the meat industry when I was a kid for a long time. That's not how you store that stuff. So what's happening is, you bring that stuff home and you leave it in your fridge for a few days, it literally just turns to rot. A dozen, yeah. Much as it here. I can get the largest eggs, the free range large eggs, 20 for about 5. I think it's $5.29. So what's that? About $5.50 for 20, and that's the largest eggs, and they're free range. No chemicals, none of that stuff. Yeah. So no, they're okay here. But it was much worse, wasn't it? Somebody was telling me that the biggest problem with smuggling, when that was going on, was people smuggling in eggs over the border. I never thought I'd live to hear that. That the biggest problem would be egg smuggling. It's like something from a Fallout 4 game. And what they tend to do here, if there's any outbreaks like that, just 12 large regular size, yeah. Now these ones here are huge, yeah. But I've noticed the eggs in the US. They seem to be a little paler, when you crack them open. The eggs here, the yolk is much more yellow. I don't know. Maybe it's the feed they're giving them or something. Yeah. But there's one thing that we will not, under no circumstances, tolerate here. A lot of events that happened in the 80s, but injecting our beef with steroids is absolutely a no-go. Any kind of GM stuff like that, or steroids, to artificially increase their weight, that's a no-go. All of them are here, yeah. All of them are here. Yeah, the eggs are been always pretty good here. Not the only thing that's left, really.
Spring is when you feel like whistling. Even with a shoe full of slush.
What was it? Shovels. We need 3. But Subway, I remember when Subway came here. They were doing sandwiches and stuff. But they were shut down for a while because of the bread that they were using. It was loaded with sugar, but it wasn't actually classed bread here. It was actually officially classed as cake. You know, it had that much sugar content. But I think to apply with the rules here, they they toned it down a bit. But they had a ton of sugar in the bread. Yeah, it was actually cake. Okay, so 42 wooden shovels, my god. What are they doing with all the shovels? I wonder, can we make... No, can we make them here? Tools, wooden tools. Yeah, we can. Might be a little quicker here. Yeah. Yeah.
It's so hot in here, I feel as if
Well, the
I'm
rules
floating
here,
on a
let's say
river.
for chickens and chicken houses and stuff, are a lot different in the US. You see, as far as I know, in the US, what happens is when the eggs come in, they wash them because they're quite dirty because of the conditions that they've been in, and they'll kind of bleach them and wash them, you know, which doesn't sound too bad. The problem is an egg has a kind of coating, you know, to protect it, you know, and that kind of washes it away. So the chances of it picking up some kind of pathogen it's pretty high. And another thing you do as well, you refrigerate your eggs, you know, until they're sold, which again might not be the best thing to do after bleaching them. But here, you can't wash the eggs. Now you might think that's bad, but if you're a producer, let's say, and you keep some, you know, dirty sheds and stuff, and all your eggs are ruined with gunk, and you put them in a box, no one's going to buy them. So now you've got to make sure your place is clean. So you can't wash them, you know, because you're doing damage to the eggs. So now you know you're not going to sell eggs if there's, you know, gunk all over them. So that kind of, you know, takes care of that. And they're left here on the shelves, not on the heat or anything, in a, you know, in a shaded spot. And then when you bring them home, you refrigerate them. I can keep eggs here for forever. Just refrigerate them when you take them home. I think they're left out no more than a couple of days. But once you leave that coating on, it's not too bad. Yeah, but it's not that. There's no incentive to keep the place clean. You know what I mean? And the dirtier something is, obviously, the more bacteria and the more chances there is of any kind of contamination. But it's the same on your chicken farms as well. You would use chlorine to wash down the chicken. That's been banned here as well. Chlorine is not the greatest, you know. The same stuff we would use in swimming pools. That kind of chlorine bath thing. Yeah. Not to mention the bleach products in bread and the E2 colorings in food, which all here have been linked to, well, you know, pretty bad conditions. Yeah, not done here. The eggs you get here are absolutely spotless because, you know, the suppliers know that if they don't keep it, everything is kept really clean. You know, you're just not going to sell them. You know, no one's going to buy them. But I heard talk that, I don't know how the FDA put up with it, but I know there's a big organization in the US that want to reform all that, you know, because it's not the greatest for a healthy population, you know, to be, you know, they're safe enough, if you know what I mean, you know, but if you're eating them all the time forever, if you're eating, let's say, if you're getting that chlorine stuff and all that, and, you know, all the stuff, the junk from the other food, you know, you're doing that for 3 decades, all of that, you know, takes an effect over time. Oh, in the game, yeah. In the game. No, it wasn't like that maybe 50 years ago. You know, food was you know, relatively pure. But now between the processing and the way they're kind of cheaping out, you know, to process this stuff, or you know, it's not good. And you know, it's not going to make you sick straight away, and it's not going to kill you. But you know, you're going to have to eat, and over time, it will definitely take a good few years off your life, and you know, might give you conditions and health problems. And then in a system, let's say, where you know, our care is so expensive, it all adds up. Could be. 42, wasn't it? I hope this doesn't take a long time to make. I think they're pretty quick. That should be the end of our challenge then. 1 minute. That's not bad. 1 minute, so it's okay. But I've seen a couple of US documentaries, but you should check them out. They should be on the internet about you know, the conditions and the stuff that's put into food, and why a lot of these products, let's say, are not exported because they don't meet the standards of you know, other countries that would you know, otherwise buy them. The likes of McDonald's and stuff, the stuff they use in the US they don't use here. You know, Burger King, McDonald's, all of those. They had to change their system before they could work here, you know. Yeah, it's probably cheaper, but I remember one farmer, one chicken farmer saying, or breeder or whatever you want to call him. No, it was actually beef. Yeah, he said, okay, he said, if I don't inject these cows with steroids, it would take me an extra 6 months, he said, to get up to that weight. He said, and I don't want to waste that kind of time or money. So there you go. Oh, we're too heavy, actually. How are we going to oh, yeah. Well, with this we can hold them. Okay. We'll just drop something for a minute. How much are we? Oh, we're a good bit. We'll drop the fork off our shovels. There. We'll come back and collect those in a minute. If we hold these in the shed, I think we can give them from there and you'll take them in the shed. But, you know, with that kind of, those kind of additives in food, that would really kind of kick in over the years. Yeah, it would definitely help pharma. I remember one drink in the US is absolutely lethal, and that's that Mountain Dew. It's got so many E numbers. Believable amount of chemicals and stuff. But the thing that really freaked me out was the bleach being used in bread to make it whiter. It's the same kind of bleach they would use in industrial stuff. And I think it's the same bleach that's in yoga mats, you know, to make them stretchy and stuff. Now, in small quantities, obviously, it's not going to kill you, but you don't want to be ingesting bleach, you know. But you're going to be eating that, you know, over the years, obviously. Oh yeah, iron shovel. Ah, we should be able to take it from there. Let's see if we can carry those 42 with that iron shovel. There, let's see if we can carry those 42 now. Oh, horrible. Horrible. But these are practices that they managed to sneak in over the decades, you know. Lobbyists. No, all lobbyists. Legalized bribing. Like, who cares if it, you know, takes 10 years off, you know, the population's life? makes them very sick, you know, when they get to maybe their early 40s or whatever the case may be, because, you know, don't worry, Big Pharma will take care of that one. Yeah, but I watched a good few decent US documentaries on it. I know there's a lot of people in the US that want to reform that whole system. But somebody was saying to me, I remember, I know when you go into a supermarket, there's this kind of meat and that kind of meat and whatever, and then you get the real primo stuff. You know, I think they call it organic or something for some reason. You know, that means there's no drugs or whatever added to the meat. Well, that stuff here is, you know, pretty standard. You know, that's just stuff, just the normal stuff. But there, let's say, you know, if you don't want all the chemicals they're putting into it, you know, you're paying a lot extra as well, you know. Okay, we need some food. There we go. Well, we need to make some food as well. We'll get some water, but that's it. We got that one done. Yeah, I can see the problem's alright. And as I said, you know, one product eating it now and again with that kind of stuff, yeah, it's okay, you know. But if all of it has it and, you know, you gotta eat all the time, you know, that would build up in your system over time. But just because it doesn't kill you, you know, straight away, you know, doesn't mean it's not bad for you. Yeah, you could take a bit of chlorine, of course you could. But you would be surprised at, you know, the amount of American products here where they've actually changed their ingredients to meet the standards here. And the stuff is just as cheap, if not cheaper here. So it can be done blonde. It's just that they're getting away with it there, you know what I mean? And they're making more money, you know? And as long as they're making more money, they don't care. All about the money. Always about the money. Let me see. What is enough meat left for them left over? They should be good. We can't take the whole 240. These guys will starve. Okay, we'll take 90. We'll give them time to catch up. And the roach, of course. There. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, the average stuff here is you know, reasonably good. There's no there's no real dangerous toxins. You know, there's stuff like maybe too much sugar here and there and that kind of stuff, you know. But bleach and all that stuff, no. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, you know, it's all the lobbying. Yeah. But I remember when I was quite young, I think it was passed in the 70s, wasn't it? We were doing some projects and something, we were doing an essay or something on something. But I think it. This is a long time ago. My memory, I could be wrong, but it was always iffy that a corporation could donate as much as they wanted to a political candidate. Yeah, it's always been bad. But that I think went to the Supreme Court, and yeah, the Supreme Court said that's perfectly fine. That I couldn't believe. Even as a kid, I couldn't believe that one. Yeah, most likely. But I do remember a debate in the Senate where they cut the funding to, getting rid of that lead paint. I can't believe you've still got lead paint. The stuff was used in the 60s. That lead paint. But there was some schemes going. If anyone wanted to get rid of it, they'd get some help or something. But it even got to the stage, I think, where even Sesame Street chimed in on that one. Yeah. But if given a chance, for profit, corporations will make where we're living into a nuclear wasteland. Very, very short-sighted there when it comes to money. Yeah. Oh no. And you know what's been absolutely banned here and removed? Asbestos. Remember that stuff? Yeah, once they linked that with growths and stuff. I remember during the 90s, there was a large push, any existing buildings to get that out. And the lead piping as well. But the harmful effects of lead, came as no surprise to anyone. Even the Romans knew about the effects of lead. The Romans used it a lot in their fountains and aqueducts. But they knew something was wrong when, people would start getting sick and going crazy, with lead poisoning. And then they stopped using it. Now, and this is the Romans. We're talking about the Romans here. So why there was a large, in the 40s and 50s, they used a lot of it is beyond me. Just cheap, I suppose. Oh yeah, definitely you need to get rid of that. Especially with toys. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, we need some food and then we're good. Oh yeah, hang on, we got some food here. There we go, we are good to go. Now we'll wait till morning, we'll cash this in. And then we'll see if we can get a quest out, but we've got rid of the message board, that's the main thing. That's the biggie. We even got the challenge out. Yeah, well, we need to wait a day anyway. So we're right on time. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not, a health food freak. Far from it. I definitely eat stuff I shouldn't be eating. But I think I'd draw the line at, a bleach, steroids, genetically modified stuff. I'd like to squeeze maybe another couple of years out of this existence if I can. Alright, this is the last big quest and we've made everything we need. I think with this one, even if you've got it in storage, this guy kind of helps himself. I think the reason they did that is usually he needs a lot of stuff. And it's something you can't give it to him in bits and pieces, so... You know.
Giddy up.
But shovels, really. We got some food and junk anyway we gotta sell. Speaking of money, we must be very close to our achievement. No. Yeah, well, we did pay our taxes, didn't we? Hmm. Oh, that's so sad.
Onward.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes that just happens. Or sometimes even in the best conditions we pass away before our time. But I'd say, you know, taking the entire population into account, and, you know, if there wasn't so many additives and, you know, the quality of stuff was better, yeah, I could see across the board maybe 5 to 10 years, I suppose, at least. And it would probably cut back on at least maybe 50% of illnesses and problems as well related to it. Oh, that's terrible. My condolences. Terrible. But a lot, you know, it can be attributed to a lot. Overwork as well can, you know, give you a heart condition. Depends. Stress. Stress is the biggest killer. By far, blonde. You know? By far.
Is there any weightlifting competition I didn't know about?
Now, take these shovels. Oh, at last. That's that one. Now, let's see. We are finished. And this one here. We might see if we could... Well, we have the time now. Yeah, these are the ones I've done. The challenges. I did 11. They're all different. I wonder how many there is. Now, let's sell this junk. Yeah, you look like you have cash.
Hello.
You have. $2.7. Okay.
Take care.
Right. You look like you might have some money. Yeah, you have. Oh, that's nice. Okay. There, we'll keep something over for ourselves. In case we starve. Okay. That's all of our junk anyway. Oh yeah, this one. Oh my god, it's worth 2,000. What the? Oh my god. Let's see if anyone has got enough money for this. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been?
Farewell.
What have you been up to? Yeah, maybe I'll buy some dye or something. Okay. Let's see if she can afford this. Ah! Give me that trousers back. Okay, 20 something. Okay. Okay, where's that dye? There. There we go. Not exactly the way I wanted to do it, but that should work out. I can't believe I soaked my
That's
pants.
good. Have a nice day.
Look at this. Oh my god. I soaked my pants by accident. There. Right, that's it. We've gotten rid of that. So, will we check into this quest, guys? Well, we need to save anyway. Yeah, we said if we have time, you know, at the end, well, we've got a bit of time. We've got about 24 minutes, or about 20 minutes before we can get to the next season. Might be enough to do something with this. Right, let's go. Yeah, the high prices. And the quality of the food. Yeah, it's really taking a hit here. So, how's your weekend going, Hufflepuff?
Move on. Here. Onward. Giddy up. Let's go.
Yeah, I won't take a shortcut. This is Wolf Country, isn't it?
Here.
I think so. Yep. Oh, sugar. Nah. Unbelievable, isn't it? Brutal. You see that? Got the hammer out by accident. I haven't looked recently, yeah. Going well, nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, that's why I don't come through here. Oh, at least our horse is still alive. Okay, now that we're here, are we missing anything? Should be something down. There it is. That never spawns back. Nah, the stupid wolves do alright. Right, we're gonna have to... Yeah, I had the hammer by accident. I should have equipped that axe. It's not really for that, but it's better than a hammer.
Let's go.
That's why you're better off sticking to the road. Now, okay, that looks good enough. Hmm. Yeah, we're getting there. Right. Suppose a drink of water wouldn't hurt. That's cool. Right, we're back to square one. Oh, and yeah, that's good. Yeah, that was one of my favorites, New Vegas. But it's not something I could play, you know, like back-to-back playthroughs. Yeah, for some reason. But yeah, fun memories that I came. Right, let's see about this quest. Now hopefully this guy won't send us into a ton of bandits like the other guy. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, he's all the way down here. Oh, there she is. Now, I'll save it here, as usual. That was unfortunate with those stupid wolves, wasn't it? At least we live to tell the tale. Oh, hi, Curzy. And how have you been? I only had one playthrough previously. That was about 8 years ago. That's nice, so you had a long enough break. I haven't a ton myself, to be honest. On Fallout, Fallout New Vegas, about a dozen. I'd say of all of the Fallouts. Yeah, and I'd say about the same on 3. The most was 4, but that was because of the building, to be honest. Yeah. A really good game, you know. Now, I just need to check on my doggos for just 1 second, guys. It won't be a minute. Yeah, they're okay. I just gave them a medication earlier today. They haven't been well. Oh, hi Randy. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? What have you been up to? Yeah, just getting some quests out on this and trying to get through the seasons quickly. Oh, I didn't realise it until very, very lately, but they got a flea infestation. The poor buggers. They were being devoured alive. Their coats are so heavy I didn't realise. How they picked them up is beyond me. But it must have been when they were brought for a walk. They must have picking them up on the grass because they were not around any other dogs. But they were scratching a lot, so you know, I started to look, you know, really closely to the fur, and I seen something, and I couldn't believe it. But when I looked properly, I had to shave them down. Well, not their neck area, obviously. But when I shaved them, they all ran to their tummies, like 12 of them at once. They were huge. So I had some gloves, got most of it out. I got some flea medication and a special shampoo, but they were really suffering. Yeah, really suffering. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. How would I pick them up, Randy, to be honest? You know, I've had those dogs. I've never had dogs with fleas before, so that's how I didn't realise. You know, I've kept dogs for well over 4 decades. Never got a flea problem. But there weren't around any other dogs that would have fleas, so I don't know, are they a grass thing or something? Yeah. Ticks, yeah. You'll get them here from time to time as well. They're not so bad, although they're horrible, yeah. But yeah, fleas. I spent 3-4 hours, you know, shaving them down. It's the only way. You know, by the time that chemicals would take effect and trying to get through the coat, they were really suffering. So I had no choice. Well, by doing that and physically removing them, I got about maybe about 96, 97%. You know, then using the medication and the shampoo. There's still a few left over. They'll definitely need a few more treatments. Can dogs get lice? Yeah, I thought that was like a kind of a human problem. Yeah, the kind of head lice thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. How would a dog get those anyway? Are there some kind of grass parasite or something? You know, that just, you know, go on to all animals? Probably. You know, they probably live off wildlife, and then when a dog comes along, you know. Is there? Oh, I didn't know that. Never had a dog with an infestation before. But they were quarantined as well, and they were pretty depressed about it. You know, they thought they were being punished for something. That really killed me, to be honest. You know, it's not like they understand. You know, they thought they did something wrong and they were being punished. That was the worst for me, to be honest. Yeah, they thought they were being punished for something. Yeah, it's a pity, isn't it? Yeah, but they're okay now. They're sleeping. At least they can sleep. But Toby looks like a lion. You know, he's got very, very short hair now on his body, and his neck is all tufted out. You know, there's one thing I know, you never shave their necks. You know, that never grows back properly. And the fleas won't go there anyway. Yeah, they're doing much better. I've just been keeping an eye on them. But Toby looks like a lion now. Ah well. Stuff for the life of me, I can't make out where to pick them up. It must have been the grass or something. You know, walking across the grass. Now, okay. We're doing this quest here. Monsieur told me you were still hesitant to vote. Ah yes, I almost forgot about it. First time voting, blah blah blah. Some important chores to be made. Focus. But the whole village is waiting for the results. Chores can wait. Oh wow. I guess we're going to do the chores. What's so important? Okay. No stones can wait. Blah 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 blah. The details are not your concern. Oh my. Just know they have a lot to do. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I'll pass it on to... Right. It is a delivery job. At least it's not as bad as the bandits. Okay. So this one is some kind of seamstress here, I think. There she is. That pigeon looks like it's in trouble. There we go. A lady named... What's that? Random Miller asked me to bring you this dress for sewing. In Florida, you have. Oh my god. Yeah, these guys are horrible. Yeah, horrible. Very dark in colour. I had gloves and everything, and you know, did it outside in the garage. But that is nice and warm, you know. But still, I have to let them back in because they'd pine away a bit, and I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, what can I do? As soon as you walked in, oh my god. Are tiny, yeah? No, these guys were pretty big. Yeah. Again, showing me this rag. Let's smell, oh gosh. Alright, see you later. Okay. Okay, we'll talk to her again. I just want to get rid of this quest. We'll talk to her about our smelly rag. Your clothing is in good hands now. Of course it is. She's a master needlewoman. Unfortunately, that's all. Blah 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 blah. Listen, I need 8 vases for flowers. I get it. Okay. Okay. Talk to her. Okay. Ah, this is a fetch thingy. Who's this other one we're talking to? Oh, we're being sent out of town, aren't we? No. No. 780, is it? Oh, tell yourself. It's just don't throw away. Listen. That's fine with me. You're kidding me. What have we got to do now? Collect a dress from the clothesline. Oh my god. Where is this clothesline? Here it is. Fresh laundry. Take the outfit with you. There it is. Oh, we got some reputation there because we didn't steal all the clothing. As if I was going to steal all the clothing. Okay.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, you're kidding me. So it's not this lady. It is. Oh, hang on. The dress, 8 vases, and 4 honeycomb. I see. I don't think I might have them in storage. If not, we'll have to make them. At least, you know, we're not killing bandits in this one. It's something, I suppose. Yeah, I might have them in storage. That's something that I don't really use, the vases. But I do store them up. And the honeycomb as well. I think we sold it all, didn't we? Sugar. I've got a beehive at home anyway. Let's see if we got the vases. Ah, the settlement is just across there anyway. Was it clay vases? Yeah. No, we're going to have to make those anyway, I think. No, we do not have clay vases. We have to go back for the honeycomb anyway. We have vials. We have a ton of vials. Right. Off we go. This should take us to the end of this. season really quickly. Oh, Horsey, where are you? Come on. Right, 4 honeycomb and 8 vase. I think we've killed the wolves. But they usually travel in trees. And there's another pack of them down here as well, I think. Yeah, that's where we're going there. Now, let's get the vases done. And we see if we can get out of this season. We'll have to check the crops as well. But I'd say they have them done by now. I managed to finish all the painting on the houses, Randy, and did a little bit in the center and the sign and all that stuff. We got to name our town eventually. Vase, vase, vase. There it is. What was it, 8? Yep. Kind of slow, but still. At least we've got the junk here anyway. Right, that's the vase anyway. Now, honeycomb should be in the food storage. I'll save me going to the beehive. Now we see if there's anything else so we can take to sell. There we go. Yeah, we might as well get this out. There. That would probably work. That's everything she needs, I think. Yeah, and then some. Yeah, we're good. Grab some water and we'll hand in that quest. Hopefully get back by morning and we'll... let me have a quick look at this. I think it's all done by now. Should be. I think I've got the full quantity of farmers in here doing this. Yeah. It's all ready to go. Right. Yeah, that's the last of it I've done. There's still a lot of decorating. Fencing, stuff like that. I don't know what I'll do with this area. It's only fit for crops, really. Hang on. We better wait till morning. I'll tell you why. Because they won't buy that junk now. When we get back, we should sleep till the next season. There we go. We'll have to keep a check on the bronze daggers the guys have been making as well in case they run out. I haven't got enough production stuff in yet. Now, let's see. Now, hopefully she won't spam me with anything more. We'll get out of this quest quick. Well, they're still in bed anyway. We're still a tad heavy. Hang on, this lady sometimes... She gets up a bit early. There she is. Here, you can buy some of this junk for me.
Hello.
What she got? 1,000 and something. Oh, yeah, okay, buckets of milk. And the roaches. Nice. I'm going to buy that animal feed. God, it's expensive, isn't it? Just need 4 of these, so... Ah, that should do it. Well, that wasn't too bad.
Only the best. See you soon.
Now... Right. Where's that lady? Oh, she's inside, is she? She is. Oh, here's your smelly dress. Ah, come on. Oh, I almost forgot. I was in this... Can wait. Meeting someone important. We'll talk about this later. Are you kidding me? Okay, so what do we do now? Bring something... Bring it to the meeting stone. Yeah, you're kidding me. Okay, where's this meeting stone? Probably a ton of bandits again. I hope not. I better save this, hang on. Yeah, just in case. Oh, hang on, we're following her. Where is this place? It's up here. Yeah, we don't follow her. Where is this meeting stone? What, it's in there? No. Okay, I can't see a thing on this. One moment. There. Oh, there it is. Oh. I've never seen this spot before. Let me see. Huh. Okay, I'm here. What do I do? Oh, check. Place the wine jug on the left. Not. You stand in front of a large chunk of rock. Shooting from the ground, the ship is. Yeah, she probably told us which way to do it. Okay, well, we'll put it to the left. And the juice flagging to the right. Danish reputation changed, plus 25%. Place the basket of flowers in the back. Walk away and give the pair some space. Is that how it's done? Well, we'll see. I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest, where I was supposed to put stuff. Let me see. Journal. Okay. So what do we do now? Oh, listen to see if it went well. So we got a spy on them. Kidding me. Oh, there's no one here. So what are we listening to? Oh, they're there. Well, we'll know if we placed them in the right order. There's a 50-50, isn't there? Put an effort to make it, okay. Well, I was right anyway with the juice to the left. Somebody told me not to leave the village, remember? Okay. I can't see that writing properly. Your safety, your health, and also there's signs already. I told you, okay. It's the little one that will need attention now, not me. It's happening, I can feel it. Oh! That's wonderful. That's for a celebration. Good girl, I'm very proud of you. It's for you, for us, the whole tree, okay. Now my wife will finally be all smiles. We've been waiting for this moment. I don't get this. What are they talking about? Sounds like she's being a surrogate or something, is it? Yeah, she's a surrogate, yeah. That's a weird thing to approach, isn't it, on this game? It looks like it. That I didn't expect. Wait for the next morning. You're kidding me. This is why I hate these quests. I don't know how long it's going to take us before we can sleep, but we've got to wait till tomorrow. That's why I hate them, really. They just go on forever like this. Now, if you could sleep at any time, it wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. We'll head to the shed. I think I've done everything right. 26955. Right, let's see. I think it's way too early to sleep. Oh yeah. No. Can't sleep for another 15 minutes. Brutal, isn't it? Suppose we could go to the next season and pick it up. I'm actually going to take the carriage home. Yeah, we'll sleep till the next season. We should be able to pick it up from there. I'm not waiting around for another 15 minutes. We can pick up the new quest, and I'm hoping it's over. Yeah, I think it's like 85 or something from here. I'll save us a bit of time. I'm not sure. I think we can sleep to another season in the bed. Let's see.
Hello.
84. If you're standing the other side of them, it's 85. Now, right, let's see if we can sleep. Oh, the campfire thing wasn't the way to do it. Let's see if we can do it from here. So next day or next season, it doesn't matter. Preferably next day, but we'll see. Yeah, we could sleep till next season. I should have saved it beforehand, shouldn't I? Doesn't matter anyway, I've got to save. In case this goes wrong. And wrong, it did go. When somebody rumbling turned you first knocking on your door, a group of strangers soaked to the bone. Then you do ask your shelter just for one night. The thing is, they're running away from the plague. Now, this is a lose-lose situation. You turn them away here. Well, if you do that one there, the mood goes down. You do this one here. See what I mean? I knew it'd get caught there. That's stupid. Okay. Should have saved before I slept. But hang on. We have a bit here to do on the farm anyway. Yeah, we need to help out a little bit before the season comes in. I think we're low on knives. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And then we'll sleep till morning. That's what we'll do. I'll check those crops, but I think they should be finished by now. Yeah, let's go for it.
Onward!
Okay, he's not much of a jumper, this horse, is he?
Here! Via! Via! Onward!
Now, let's see if we can help out a little bit here before the season. But I think all of these are done. Yeah, I think they're pretty much finished. Yeah, that's all done. Right, it's the blacksmith and the barn might need a little bit of help. They're understaffed. Those buckets are a constant problem. Yeah, we're getting pretty low on them as well. That's why I need someone in the workshop eventually. Get rid of that junk for me. Yeah, we'll kill that 5 or 10 minutes here. Then we can sleep and we'll catch up on this until his apprentices finish their little stuff, and then we can put them to work. They can do it. There's still a ton of decorating to do on the outside here. I'll get to that a little later. I'll have a shot at it tomorrow. The little workstations, wheelbarrows, hay bales, haystacks, butter churning stations, that kind of thing. I'll see if I can find spots for them. And not to mention benching and seating. That looks like a decent spot there for maybe a few benches. Definitely something here in the shade as well. Now that gets rid of the immediate problems of the bucket thingy anyway. Now
To melt into a meatball. Will it take long?
Oh, sugar. Yeah, I'm well behind on this, aren't I?
Any ideas on how to force children to eat vegetables?
Oh, I think I have a gland infection in my throat. Yeah, it's pretty tender. That's enough for a moment.
No one can destroy the metal. The metal will strike you down with a vicious blow.
I doubt we'll do 61 of them, but we'll do as many as we can. Oh, when the lights start coming on here, we know we're about a minute or so away from when we can sleep. I've got another blacksmith station at the other side, ready to go. Just need to get the rest of the settlement working. Which will be a few seasons yet. I'll do 10 of these and we'll check production, see if everything is running okay. Oh, we still got an hour and 45 minutes. And hopefully we'll get on a good few seasons. That's enough for a moment. Let's check. Aha. Oh yeah, I moved that guy and everything is okay. I moved that guy for a bit. Okay, I got another 9 of these and then we'll hop out in the barn for a little bit. And we'll kill our time here until we can sleep. That will do for a moment. Oh, I put this into storage. So what time is it? 4. Okay. Got about another 3 minutes, I'd say, before we can sleep. Oh, the animal feed. Bronze bar and knives. Let's see what we can do in the barn. Ho ho. This is a great way to get XP for the buildings, the farm buildings, but I've already maxed it out, so it's pointless now. Just need enough guys in here in the barn to take care of this. Yeah, we just do a bit. This is very, very boring. Oh, I could sleep. The guy can pick up the slack in the next season anyway, I'd say. There's only one here and he's pretty low level. This barn has room for 6. Be getting a bit heavy now, won't we? Yeah, let's get rid of that for a moment. Probably some flax tried to get out anyway. Yeah, he's a bit heavy. Have we got any flax? It's weird. There's no flax stock. Okay. Sure, we did a massive crop of that, didn't we? Okay. Oh, we're nearly there anyway. It's starting to get dark. There's the lights. Okay. So, about a minute or so. 2 minutes tops. I think they come on around 5 or 6 or something. Pity you can't put any of the furniture decorations inside. Yeah, can't do that. But I can understand it, I suppose. I have to build up compost bins and junk later. I'll find a spot. But it's more of a decorating problem. It's not something I really need at this time, at least. The big sty is enough to get enough fertilizer in. We get it up to about 200, I'd say that'll be enough. Now we try and finish the Sui quest. Even a little less. We get the 199, we might as well go for it. Alright, here we go. Now we should be able to sleep, I'd say. Now, have we got anything here to sell before we go? We've got a bucket of soured milk, apparently. I got some honeycomb. Now we'll check our food storage and then we'll sleep. That should keep us going for a little bit. They had an idle summer anyway, would have picking up the crops, I'd say. I don't know about that. There. We are maxed out. Now we do the save. Yep. Now, I should be able to get away with this one, I'd say. Cool. Right. Check out how she's doing at her meeting. Okay.
go!
I get to fire this junk as well.
Giddy up!
Crossbowman, guys.
Via!
We haven't got time for bandits. I think I killed those guys. It just keeps showing up, I think, like that. I doubt it.
Via!
Make much of a difference.
I'm roasting out here.
Oh, sugar, I forgot to change my clothes. Yeah, this is pretty decent stuff, but you can't wear it in summer. Every other season it's okay. Yeah, he's gonna torch me now, isn't he? It doesn't matter. As long as we're close to water, we're okay. We just lose water a little quicker. Now let's get rid of some of this weight. We'll have to wait a little bit till I get up. No, hang on, there's somebody here.
Oh, it's you.
What, she's got animal feed again? Oh yeah. Hang on, we went to a new season, guys, didn't we? Didn't really make a difference, does it? Right. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. There. That would do. Right.
Only the best
Yeah,
of a good
I
day.
meant to just sleep till morning, but it didn't make a difference.
The heat is
It's-
unbearable.
It's unbearable. Right. Where is this lady? And please finish this quest. Did your meeting go well? Yes, everything is in order. I will place my vote now, just as I promised. That's it, we're done. Thank you for your help. You need anything else? No, I have everything. Be well. Oh my god. We're done. Now. Oh, you're kidding me. You're gonna hit me with another one, are they? We still got all the junk to pick up as well in the main town. Well, let's see what this guy is about. Where is he anyway? Down here.
I'm boiling.
Yeah. He never shuts up until I change his clothes. Where's this guy? Oh, he's in here. Alright. Would you have cast your... Oh, not another guy. How many of these guys are not casting their vote? I don't intend to. Oh, my finger in my life gets back to normal again. Monsters, okay. Huh. Important that you cast your vote. The whole village is waiting. You're the last one. Alright, okay. Now, what do we have to do? A monster. It's probably a bear or something. Right. So you're a little monster. Oh no, it's him. Disturbing the old fisherman. Monster, my mum's call me that, blah 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 blah. But your parents didn't know where you are. They're busy with the elections. Besides, my sister, blah blah blah. Ought to be here. I convince you to play somewhere closer to your home. You can rub my sister's face with a rotten apple. That's tempting, but no. Then I'm not moving a muscle. I'm fine here. I have a new craft to learn, and I need space. Okay. Okay.
Damn. It's hot.
Yeah, we know it's hot. It seems that your monster can't tell. Can't talk since. Okay. Easy to say. Okay. Blah blah blah. Listen. The fishman. Okay. Now where you shoot the boy. He agreed to leave only if I rub some rotten apples. No. Don't dare touch those children. Okay. Blah blah blah. Not clear. Respect and don't hurt. Okay. Too stubborn. Maybe the girl will shed some light on the problem. Okay. Okay, where's this little scamp? Down here. Here we go. Okay. Spending so much time far away from home. About 10 feet. It's his own fault. He earned it. Thanks to him and his escapades. Okay. Okay. I've got to find something. Doll, I'd say. It was a doll. A rag doll. Oh, orchards. Yeah, okay, I know what that is. He said he heard some howling. Okay, we're going to have to deal with wolves, I see. Right. I know exactly what the wolves are.
Some people just can't dress for the weather.
I'll find it. No, I can't anyway. Well, if we're tackling wolves, I'll probably need this. Right, let's see. We're definitely going to be dealing with wolves, I'd say. I get this little potion thing ready. There. Oh yeah, it's wolves. Yeah, you hear that? I wonder if I could take one out with a bow. No, not really.
I'm roasting out here.
Okay, better off hitting these guys head on. Like that. Running from these guys is a waste of time. It's not too bad. There's at least 3 if not more. if I can draw them out one at a time. There's one there. Come on. That's the way to do it. Right, where's number 3? And where is the... Where's the ragdoll? Back this way. There it is. Required pickaxe. No, hang on. There it is. Ah, I thought you had a pickaxe there for a moment. That's it. What's this now? Let's see if we can get that third guy while we're here. No. That's weird, only 2. I'm not complaining. Right. Yeah, I did for a moment. Yeah. I said, why would you need a pickaxe to pick up a doll? I'm too used to playing BGS games. You could expect that to happen. Now, right. Delighted when I get out of this quest. The wolves do a massive amount of damage if you don't rush them. Oh, there she is. Of course, she's on the other side. We got you, your doll. It's her, it's really her. It's... Oh no, don't tell me we gotta wash the doll as well. No, you never know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know how much I hate this kind of text. I'd much prefer some voice dialogue, but I've yet to see one of these survival building games with that. Hopefully in the future. So, what do we got to do now? Talk to him again, is it? Where is this? Oh, little guy's down here.
I'm glad I don't live in a world when I'm old enough to be someone's wife.
Yeah, the armor is taking its toll now on our water, isn't it? Okay, where's this guy? There he is.
Get why some people don't like the smell of fish. I could eat them.
Now, I don't know what this brat has in store for me.
Hey, hand me a fish.
I found your sister doll, she's not mad at you anymore. Is that true? You did the impossible, I was sure it all ended up in the wolf's belly. Thanks to you, I'll be able to play with my sister again. Oh, jeez. Not holding any grudges against you. You can finally return home for good. But I don't want to come back to my old chores. Oh my god. Working in the fields and the orchard, that's interesting than fishing. Your parents will decide about that. But they don't care. Surely find someone else to fill my place. Never ends. Okay. I get it. We get him to team up as an apprentice with the other guy. Yeah. I see this one coming.
You're sweating like a pig.
Secret freshman, so just changing them to be present.
Enjoy the summer. No year has
Is an old man, and you should not be bothered. As to the village, is it not? It is. Take these tools then. I won't need them anymore. As you wish. Why don't you just give us anyway?
Damn. It's hot.
Oh, deliver him. Oh, he stole his tools. Oh, for goodness sake. That's what he did. Yeah. There we go. The boy will leave your favourite spot. Your torment should be over now. That's music to my ears. Thank you 1,000 times. I can finally go back to my daily routines. I've wasted enough time already. Listen, you seem to have a way with children. I couldn't have found a better person to do the job than you. So it's hard. All you have to do is listen. He gave me some of your equipment back. What do you mean? Did he also steal weight? That's not mine. This fishing equipment is tiny, almost as if it was made for a child. Maybe he made them himself then. The boy considered becoming a fisherman. Yeah, I can see this coming. That's why he was watching you so intensely. He just wanted to learn. I have to bring him back. Tell him to come back. I need to speak with him. Yeah, I can see this coming. Yeah. You just asked me to get rid of him. You didn't want a part. Now it's your turn. Let me see which one is the best. It'll all turn out the same. You just asked me to get rid of him. I did my part. Now it's your turn. No, cast what you all once. I truly think that would be best if you two finally spoke directly, preferably after the vote. Right, of course. I'll do my part and vote right away, just as I promised. And don't bother with that guy anymore. I'll talk to him myself. He seems to be different from the other kids his age. He really is. I believe you two could form a strong bond together. Yeah. There we go. That seems to be okay. Now,
The heat is unbearable.
the heat is unbearable. We'll get this guy changed in a moment. I think that's it. We've done this main quest here. That was the last guy, wasn't it? I better build a statue of me here after this, I can tell you. Is that him over there? It is.
I'm roasting out here.
The remaining villagers should cast their vote soon. This is great. I'll begin preparation to anyway, it's so thrilling. The vote count will have significance for the first time. Many thanks to you there, true friend, blah blah blah. Visit us next season if you wish to. Of course, next season. I'm glad I could help. See you then. Well, at least that's over with, thank God. Now, we've got to head to town as quickly as we can. That one took a lot longer than I thought. Let's see. I wonder if we've got any junk to sell. I don't think so. Kinda got rid of it back there, but we have some feed to drop off. Yeah, most of them will be wait till next season. Kind of thing. We've got to change anyway, I suppose. We might as well go back. We'll have the next 40 minutes in this season, I think, before we can fast forward. Might as well head back and pick up those message board things. Oh no, is that apple juice? Yeah, we want that. Okay. Where did I get the meat from? It must have been from him, was it? Oh no, the wolves. Yeah, we killed some wolves. There. Right, let's head back as quick as we can.
Oh, I'm roasting out here.
I need to get into those clothes quick. Come on. That's why we met the bandit. Yeah, we're in a new season, aren't we? No, he's a crossbow man, isn't he? Okay. How do I do this again? There it is. Better off taking him out this way. There he is. Oh! He can do a bit of damage, can't he? Oh, there's a couple of them. Where's the other guy? Hi, you little... I can't see him, guys. Where is he? Oh, he's a crossbow man. Where is he? He's up there. There he is. Yeah, you little... There. Oh, this is useless against bandits, but it's not too bad against wolves. That's not great in the summer either, is it? It's a bit stupid. It's hardly worth the effort. Okay. I think we're done here with this little bandit camp.
What a scorcher.
What a scorcher. We just grab these and then we go. Probably have to sleep till morning anyway. There. Hang on. So that means the wolves are back, isn't it? Right. Yeah, it's just really digging into my water supply.
Move on.
Oh. What have we got here? No, this is an old camp. I didn't despawn. Right. Oh, lovely. Oh, hang on. What's this?
It's hot.
Aha. Yeah, we'll take the meat. And we'll sell a couple of spears. need some water. Oh, I think that's all we can do from there. We might as well run from here. It's just over the hill. We'll call our horse down. And we'll go and we'll pick up those quests in town. Well, it's summer. There's zero getting down with the crops, and there's tons of them that pick the orchards. They'll do that quite quickly. Suppose we can get the orchard stuff out. Oh, hi, Blue Diamond. Good to hear from you too. How have you been? Yeah, just trying to get through the seasons quickly. Forgot to change this guy's clothes as well. And we're finishing up the side quests. I still haven't finished this yet, but I've done a good bit of work on it so far. But it still needs a bit more. Mostly around the orchards, and then I was, just fixing it up. It took forever to source enough dye to do the painting outside and inside in these houses. So that's why I wanted the larger trees. Because much better with the fencing. And managed to I got to name my town as well, did enough quests and stuff. Even got myself an emblem. This guy will shut up in a moment when I change his clothing. So that's our sign. And we can get a wagon back here now, eventually. It'll drop us off right here. So mostly doing work here. And finishing the last of the houses down there, the painting. So what I've got to do now is fences here and there, some junk thrown around. Butter churning stations, archery targets, junk all over the place, some fencing, and then I'll see about maybe a perimeter wall, but I don't think it needs it. Maybe in spots, maybe. Oh, you've got to unlock it. It's here in technology. It's the last one you'll unlock on production. Where's production? There it is there. See it right at the bottom? Yeah, it's unlocked. You've got to have at least 10,000 points on production. That's a lot of crafting. It's the last thing you'll do on that, on production. And then on that, the windmill. That's hard, because farming is a lot slower. But once you unlock it, all you need is the materials, And you buy... No, you don't buy the plant, no, you just unlock it. And, yeah, this is where it is here. Let's see if we can get some of it out as well. I built mine down here. I wouldn't mind the second one because, sometimes you'll hear a band there at night and the NPCs kind of gather around. I could do it too here because this place is pretty big. Maybe the other side of town. Yep. Once you get that, it will unlock. It should pop up. Yeah, you see what I mean? So I definitely need another one. Maybe down the other side. Now. Yeah. We'll get these out of the way. Yeah, once you get 10,000. 10,000 is the last on all of them. 10,000 for that, and then on farming it's the windmill. Very important. It's 10,000. But I think not so much in anything. I think with the other two it's 5,000 and 7,000. Yeah. Oh, on the wheel. It's under technology. Oh, on the wheel. I'll show you. Hang on. So, if you go in here, pull up your hammer. You need to go to buildings, and this would be under production. Yeah, this one is under production. Click in on production, and there you see it there, tavern. Should be already on your wheel, but not unlocked. And there it is. Now remember, it's exactly the same size, exactly as the resource storage. So if you're already doing a bit of building, you want to save a nice little spot for a tavern, because it takes a while to unlock, just put down the footings of a resource storage, you know, and then you can build around that. You can put your tavern in later, but it's exactly the same size. Yeah, I checked it. Exactly the same layout. But have a look through the wheel and you'll see all the other stuff. But what will make these kind of settlements in the end is the small stuff on these. You know, the little stuff outside and that kind of stuff, the kind of lived in look. Which I'm a good bit away from that yet. I've still got a bit to do on fencing and other stuff. Oh, that's about it, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I need to. But it would need some pretty flat land. There's 100 plus here, but most of the population is kids. So I've been trying to rush through the seasons, you know, clearing the message boards and at least one side quest every season. Nice, nice, yeah. But you'll be needing money to do the other unlocks, so you'll be crafting, you know, lots of weapons and stuff. I started off with stone knives and axes, and then you're better off with the metal. Yeah, even if you gotta dig it out yourself, the excavation you do will count towards production. And then the metal you get, you know, you can make bronze knives and stuff and sell them. That ranks it up pretty quick. I'm trying to keep 100 of these. I guess some of the challenges come up and they want 40 or 50 of these, and you know, they don't go off in storage, so I leave about 100 of each. I might mostly go with torches here. The other stuff they use like this. That stuff there, well, it takes a lot from the game, the performance of it. I tried a few, so these ones are not so bad, and those, maybe one or two of them, strategic spot. Valheim was the same, anything with that kind of flame, it's pretty hard on the game. These are not too bad. Now, let's see what junk we can bring with us. Oh, hang on. Honeycomb. Oh my god. Yeah. I knew I didn't go through all that. That should do me for a few seasons selling it. It's worth a fortune. Oh, my clothes, that's right, yeah. Let me dump off this junk. This guy has been screaming. Yeah, let me just dump this junk in here for a moment. The apple wine, we'll just put that in there for a moment. Now, I've already got 100 of those, that's for selling, but we'll put it in for the time being. The meat goes back. Okay, I forgot to drop that one off. There, this guy needs some water big time. Right, let's drop that meat, we'll change the clothes, and then we'll move some of the stuff over. Once I move it there, I've got a resource storage outside every town. You know, I can pick it up easily from that.
Hello, sir. Bye.
Yeah, and I'll sleep on the ground sometimes. It reminds me a bit of Skyrim. Now. There. Now let's change these clothes. I've been holding the other stuff in here.
Maybe interregnum isn't such a bad thing after all.
That's it, guys. Oh yeah, we'll get rid of those as well. There. That's as light as we're going to get. Definitely need the hat. Now, we need some water, and I think I need some wine bottles, don't I? We're getting that pear junk out. Not to mention this guy must be... Oh, he's not too bad, he still has some buckets. Right, wine bottles. This is why I need the rest of the settlement to get a bit older so I can, you know, run all these places properly. Wine bottles. Okay. We'll never get 100 out, will we? Let's see how long it would take. Oh, 12 minutes. No. We'll just do about 20. Yeah, I'll stop complaining. Well, the only thing it does, you won't lose health, but it'll lose water much more quickly. And that can be annoying enough. Yeah, this will give me something. Yeah, I need some NPCs in here doing this. But I made a little slip up. I might have brought in too many. And they've been like hamsters since they got here. So half the population, over half the population, about 55% are minors. And if I bring in some more now to fill the spots I need, well, they'll have 2 more kids again, so gotta wait till these, you know, get to 18. But the best thing is, anyway, these guys, their abilities, their skills are much better than the guys I can bring in. Once I get them in place, I'll fine-tune everything, so they'll be making exactly what we need. And all we've got to do, they'll basically run itself, and any junk that's left over I can sell then. But I built a huge town from the start. Well, I needed to really to see the layout. But maybe I shouldn't have filled it so quickly. But you know what it's like. I needed it big anyway to get the tech out with the farming. You know, the more crops you do, the more experience you get. Or just do 20. Now, I wonder if we any workers out on leave. I think all the houses are filled with kids by now. I think we're good. There it is, 20. Let me see if any are out on leave. Well, this is the easiest way to do it here. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to fix these guys. That's right, we're in a new season. Ah, silly. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, we're in a new season. Yeah. Yeah. But they populate these guys pretty quickly. It caught me by surprise. I thought maybe every couple of years something, but no. No, not these guys. There's 2 empty beds in a house and they will really do their best to fill those beds. They really will. But these houses look a little better than the other ones. A good combination of them. Oh, hi. Yeah, Colin, how have you been? Pretty good, pretty good. So what have you been up to? Yeah, I forgot the start of the season. Fishing hut. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we'll fix those. We get the guy out to do the storages as well. Where is he? Probably. Probably. Oh, there's a ton of stuff here. The rest, I think... Yeah, there's been a lot. The rest we can fix, I suppose. We have the entire night to do it. Yeah, we'll send him out to do those because they're well outside of town. Now, yeah, I keep forgetting at the start of the season there's a little bit of damage. But once I get some guys in there, the problem is I'll never be able to automate that. It doesn't work that way. Just come down every season and tell them what to do. And that's the only exception. And another thing that they should look into. Let's say if you want them to do certain kinds of stuff here and the stuff is only available every season. It's not like the farming where you can tell them what to do every season and it's different so they don't run, you don't get that no resources thing. So let's say you're making apple and pear wine in the summer where you can only your crops come in then. That thing will stay for the entire year. There needs to be some fine tuning on that one. Minus the floods and rains. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, it's not been too bad. Yeah, you can't seasonally set this, I think. Although, to be honest, I didn't really have a look at it. No, no seasons on this. Not like the fuels. Yeah. So if you order them to make, let's say, apple wine, well, apples are only available from your orchards in the summer. So you keep getting that no resources warning, through the other 3 seasons. That's a pity. They should have fine-tuned that a little bit better.
Waiting is the worst.
I did, yeah, you were saying about your mother-in-law, was it? Yeah. Teddy bear hamsters. I've seen it, yeah. No, hang on, let me see. If you didn't stop them, the female would... Yeah. I seen that one as well. I did. You remember I said probably. I'm not familiar with hamsters. You never had one as a pet.
So delicious that they should be illegal. Watch out, people. Once you try them, it's hard to stop.
There we go. That's enough for a moment. Okay, we put these in storage for a second. So I forgot to do the repairs, and I haven't got enough builders in yet. So we will have to do it. Our production will stop. Really? Yeah, well, I wasn't for. Well, I know there's certain insects that are kind of like that, but yeah, hamsters. Well, I know cats. Let's say, you know, if you've got a male and female cat, tomcat, and you know, after the cat has a litter, the tomcat will kill all of the young males. I'm nearly sure about that one. Competition or something, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, they're pretty cruel, right? But it reminds me of that that news story. It was all over the internet. Remember, some husband was cheating on his wife, and yeah, when he was asleep, she came into the room with a large knife, and yeah, that was a horrible one. Yeah. Yeah, not that many here. Yeah. It does, yeah. There's a few insects, yeah. Although some of them will outright kill their mates. I think the most famous would be the black widow spider, isn't it? Hmm. Clay vial, where did we get that? Yeah, okay. We're good for now. Let's see if we can do the repairs. Yeah, this is kind of out of my hands until the population gets a bit older. And then I'll have too many people here. But now it's definitely running on a skeleton crew. And they're all been pushed into farming because they really don't want to do the farming. We'll eventually have guys in here to do this first. God, this one took a battering, didn't it? Never seen so many damaged pieces. See that cow? You can accidentally hit that cow. Yeah, get out of my way. Ah, come on, cow. There. Managed to do that without harming a cow. That's something, I suppose. This will keep it time during the day anyway. Yeah. Now, right, we're getting there. That's a lot of damage this season. For some strange reason. Okay, I think there's one more food storage, I think, and... No, there's always that shed. And the fishing hut is just here. I fixed this last season. Well, each individual piece kind of degrades, I suppose, at a different rate. So you're going to get some seasons where, you know, there's quite a few pieces to do. The one that did... I'm not familiar with that one. But I do know the origin of the word. You know, when it was first used. Yeah. Oh, I've seen many versions of that, yeah. But I remember the original... Well, I think it was the original band. They were British, weren't they? I think. Oh, I remember seeing them way back. It would have been the early 80s on Top of the Pops. The name of the band was Tight Fit. But I don't know if it was a cover, to be honest. I think it was the cover, yeah. They did a cover, it wasn't the original band. That's the one I can remember. I think it was an American band that did the other one. Mm. Now, what's next? The excavation shed. And services. All the storages. Okay. There's one food storage. Where is it? Hang on. I thought we did this. Did we miss one? No. Yeah, we'll get the guys to fix them up anyway. I can't be bothered doing all of them. But that actually moves. Once they get a guy in there, that will move. Well, it's a bit noisy, but it will look the part. Hmm. Yeah, but that word wiener became a thing when there was a politician, wasn't it? He was, what did I call him? Town official, councillor or councilman or something. But he was investigated for sending inappropriate pictures to, I don't know if it was minors, but to women anyway. But he came up, he apologised, and, you know, I'm seeking help and all that stuff. And then he did it again. And, yeah, he got the sack. Something Wiener was his name. That's where that word originated from. You know, he was sending certain types of photographs of himself. Yeah, the tokens. That's the original band. I can only remember the cover version from Tight Fit. But I did see the tokens, I think last year on some YouTube or something. I was kind of going through it. They were doing a kind of reunion. I think they're nearly all dead now. They're like 80 if they're a day. It is, yeah. But I was telling you where the word came from, wiener. It was because of that councilman. He might have been from New York, I'm not sure. But it was a big scandal. He was sending inappropriate pictures of himself to tons of people. Yeah. But that's where the word came from. You know, wiener. That was his surname. Check it up on Google. Yeah. I forget his first name. But I think he managed to apologise his way out the first time, but then he got caught like A ton of times after. I'm not sure of that one, to be honest. I suppose it would apply if you picked your own name, I suppose.
Maybe not Cousin Natty's then.
Which is an easy thing to do. Oh, the excavation shed. We'll fix that one. I get the other guy to fix the other one. It's like, I remember a friend of mine, and he had another friend, but his other friend, started a family and he had a kid. But you wouldn't believe the first name he picked for his kid. It's actually on his birth cert, and it's not a nickname. But he called him Rocky. And trust me, this guy is no boxing athlete, Imagine that. But it's like those strange people that say when BGS, when Skyrim was released, they had some kind of a competition going. That if anyone would name their kid Dovahkiin, I think it was Dovahkiin, it was, that they would get free games for life and some t-shirts. And somebody actually did. I don't know. It was a friend of a friend. Yeah, I think I've seen that kid. Oh, he's not a kid anymore. This guy would be probably in his late 20s now. Yeah. But the guy's excuse was it would make him tough. I think that's kind of silly. That would draw a lot of attention. But Rocky, really. What's that? Okay, this is getting silly. There must have been some more damage at the back. Oh, there's a piece down there. Hang on, there it is. There it is. Yeah, I should have people in place for doing this, but... There's another one there. That's a lot of damage for one season. There. Now the builder should get to it. And we'll get him to do that one as well. I don't know where that food storage is, to be honest. It's one of these anyway. Let's see. Okay. Oh, there it is there. Apparently it's over here.
The shared efficiency in this village starts to be up.
Is that one of the stalls that needs doing, is it? No. That's okay. There's a food storage here. I wonder if there's this one. I've got so many of them peppered all over the place, I can't tell which is which. No, they can get the food storage. A guy will get that when he's got the time. No relation either, yeah. Yeah. That's the only one, yeah? Now, yeah, that's okay. We'll let them sort themselves out. Production. Well, the smithy is always running short. And the storages. Yeah. That'll be good. That guy will fix that. Now, let's get some water, some food. We'll grab some junk. And we'll just pick up the message board stuff, and that will be enough for this season, that's it. We've got a half an hour to do, so I doubt we can pick up a quest here. That silly quest to go on for ages. Now,
My granny must be 1,000 years old. At least.
now. Yeah, that's enough for a while. Doesn't matter about the health, I'll fix that later. Now, let's see how much this junk we can get rid of. Yeah? Oh, and I haven't come across many kind of strange names. What seems to be a thing these days, well, before it used to be a kind of, you'd have a tradition. I was named after my uncle, who was named after his uncle, who was named after his granddad. Going back, my God, at least 5 centuries. That used to be the thing. Now it's a movie star or something like that, Yeah. There's a lot of family names being lost. After a while, Oh yeah, betrayal is never a good thing. It's, you see people that kind of go through that and they say, oh, well, we've forgiven each other, but I don't know. It's, no, that's definitely one thing that I couldn't tolerate. If you're unhappy with someone, instead of doing that, just simply walk over them and say, we're done. It's over. Then do what you want. That kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know if it's happened to me, not knowingly anyway. I don't know of anyone who's, well, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Most people wouldn't find out about that. But yeah, very possible. Very, very possible. Yeah, we just get that much and leave them something to sell. Yeah, we'll take you with us. Now, let's go shopping. I'll be able to do a little bit on this today, I suppose. When I come on, I might have an hour or two before I start streaming tomorrow, so I might have a little bit more done. The fencing I'm more interested in closing in. Starting to maybe detail the settlement a little bit. Right. Let's go and get these. We should have enough time to do the message board here. Yeah, we got a Snow White song here. Yeah, that's horrible. I remember when I was a kid, I could have been any more than maybe 20. I was going out with this lady, we're roughly about the same age. I had to move a little bit, I think, for work, but it wasn't that far away. It was under 15 miles or something. We would see each other on the weekends, that kind of thing. Yeah, there was something off, you know what I mean? But we decided to go our separate ways not long after. But very, very quickly, she bounced back with this other guy. But I've always had my suspicions that maybe if it wasn't out and out cheating, that they were pretty chummy. But it didn't bother me. It wasn't serious. But loyalty is everything in a relationship. And without that, you're wasting your time. And of course, if you think the relationship is not working out or it's not suiting you, it's quite easy. Just tell that person that and get it done.
Buttering our king cow.
Giddy up!
But Scott, yeah.
Here!
Well, Mac just means son of. In Scotland it would be Mac, in Ireland it would be O. Like, let's say O'Shaughnessy, O'Doul, O'Brien. That's Irish. Scottish would be Mac. Germany, I think it's Vaughan. France, it's D. But it's just a kind of recognition thing. It means son of. So, if you were O'Brien, the original name come from someone who was the son of Brian. And that was before there was any surnames, which there was a time. But I think surnames really came into force in England and Britain during medieval times. It was pretty hard to get your taxes, apparently. If you came to a town, you're looking for John. There could be 50 Johns. So that was a problem. You had to track down people to get your taxes. So then by law, you had to pick another name, like it was usually your profession. Like let's say if your name was John Thatcher, that would have been your profession, or John Baker, or whatever the case may be. But then obviously there wasn't enough professions, so they had to make up other names. So that's basically, I don't know if people had a say in what their surname would be. Probably not. It was probably given up by the king. Yeah, that's basically how it came around. The O'Brien clan. Oh. Yeah, son of. Yeah. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't tried it yet. I'm in no rush. I will eventually try it, of course. It's not what I hope for, to be honest. And I think it's a massive cash grab. And I absolutely think it's not worth the money. Although it's one of my favourite games, I must admit. My problem with that game is they've fixed nothing in the Land of Bugs. It's still on the Creation Engine. They've done amazing stuff with the graphics on the Unreal 5. But no better than any couple of talented modders would do. And I don't think it justifies its price tag. I think for that kind of price tag... Yeah, well, if some Game Pass is not actually free, is it, you are paying for the Game Pass. But, if you're the person that has Game Pass, it's not too bad, because you've got other games as well, I think the whole kind of club like that, I think it's gonna hurt the industry, The problem with something like that is if they get too much money from something like that, they'll control a lot of the market of video games, and then they will absolutely the games they make, which is within their right. They will not be for sale. The only way you can play them is being part of their monthly subscription. That's what it's all about. The one-off sale is nearly dead now. They just want you to keep paying. And I can see in the future, if it takes off, maybe 80% of all the games being controlled like that. And what will happen then is, when you've got nowhere else to go to, yeah, they'll up the price something awful. Hmm. Oh, the original, I have many, 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 many hours on Oblivion. It was my very first Elder Scrolls game. I've given up on console completely, you know, even though I'm playing one Yako. And there was a time when, you know, console was pushing forward. They were doing nice stuff. You know, when it came to games, they were, well, I'm going way back, they were even ahead of PCs. PCs are light years ahead. I know there's a big price difference, you know, but you know, they'll be up in the price of the consoles again, you know, and their controllers are absolute rubbish. I know I keep saying that, and the selection is not that good, you know. But it started off in the beginning where it was just something for kids to keep them happy, and then they started making some reasonably decent games. Older people got in, you know, and they started making some real money. But it's regressing to the stage now where it's just going to be for kids again. Mm. Absolutely, yeah. No, I think the only way forward for games is it's PC. But the problem is, you know, they're too greedy. I don't believe that you know, this false scarcity, this how can I put it, this artificial scarcity, you know, of microchips and stuff like that. Well, I do know Nvidia, let's say, when they were doing that AI scam, you know, when they plowed what, close to $1 trillion into it or something. You know, then the Chinese came along with for a few million. They did more in a couple of months than the guys did for what, 10 years of BSing. It was just an investor scam, really. I do know Nvidia was supplying them with like tons of high-end chips. I think every circuit was taking 10,000 chips. It's something stupid. But now, obviously, that's not going to happen. So you'd imagine now that Nvidia has been freed up like that stuff would come down. But no, it doesn't work that way. You know, once you get prices up, you keep them up. Doesn't matter. You know, if something cost you $10 and, you know, let's say things were scarce, or, you know, you were supplying too many people and you just couldn't keep up demand, and let's say something was costing 10, let's say you were selling it for 100, you know, so let's say all your demand dropped and you could easily drop it to 50. Well, they're not going to do that. No, nobody ever lowers prices like that, you know. Same with groceries, yeah. So let's say your grocery ups the price by 20% because there's some kind of transportation problem or something, and it's costing them 20% more extra. Well, when that gets resolved, the prices don't go down. No. They stay up. You know. It's just I've seen this in the 70s during the oil crisis with OPEC. And I've seen it here now with the energy stuff as well. You know. But once you have private corporations doing that with investors, well, they're there to make money, and they're there to make as much money as possible. So that's what they're doing. They're just doing the basic economics that they were taught in school. To make as much money as you possibly can with the least outlay. The kind of 101 rule in economics, you know, when you're starting up a company would be, you know, to pick a country where the labour is cheap. You know, in an upcoming economy that gives you access to kind of help. Asia would probably fit that bill now. You know, the likes of maybe, well, I'm not sure about Hong Kong anymore, but definitely Taiwan. Cheap labour and access to a lot of markets, and yeah, All profit. Yeah. Yeah. Now, the message board, that's what we're going for. But it's always been that way. You know, nothing's really changed. Oh, where are we going to get 14 pike? Okay. Well, the rest I can do. The 14 pike could be a problem. In fact, we're going fishing, guys. No, let's get rid of this. Hang on, we might be able to buy some of that pike, will we? I'll save me a bit of hassle.
Hello there.
Pike. I can get this after, you know. I'll have to go fishing, I suppose. No, let's get rid of this junk. Some of the stuff I might actually use. No, none of it. It's all rubbish. Strangely, nobody ever asked me for a wooden crossbow. You want some roach? Oh, that's our junk anyway, guys.
Can I see you around?
Now, we can pick something from our shed down here. Let's see what we need. We can come back with the limestone straight away anyway. Yeah. You could do it with a spear, to be honest. I've done it with one of those wooden pikes early in the game. But I like those boards, you try and get in and out of them quickly if you could. Yeah, that one is easy enough. I've got that in storage to the pikes, and then this stuff. Well, I've got some stuff in storage, I think. We'll have to go back and make that one. But we'll definitely get rid of the other one. Me throw a steak or two on her grill. Nice. I wouldn't mind a nice barbecue now. It's been ages, it's been years since I've been to a decent barbecue. Although, as many as I've been to, I've never met a decent barbecue cook. Always something. Using too much fuel on that barbecue. It really taints it, you know. Oh, hi Momo. Oh, my pleasure. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, pike. I get it. A little bit of Vlad in that. The wooden pike. It could. No, it's the fish, all right. Yeah, it's the fish. It is the fish, yeah, that's what I mean. No, they just call them wooden spears here in this. But quite right, they are referred to as pikes. Nice. Oh, the weekend, yeah. I hope you've been having a good one so far, Memo. I spent the last couple of days with my doggos. They got an infestation. I must have picked it up from the grass or something. Fleas. I've had pets for God, probably 4 decades, and not once have I had to deal with something like that. But yeah, they must have had them for quite some time before I realised. Those poor buggers. But when I checked her fur, they were scratching a lot, so I found it unusual. They were absolutely infested. So I had no choice. From the neck down, I shaved them clean. So probably 200 or something, or at least 150 came out on that. And I had some gloves and stuff, and I must have physically taken off maybe another 70. Got some flea medication and some special shampoo. Managed to kill a few more, but I think they'll need a few more treatments. But now at least they can sleep, you know. Yeah, but what I did was I had a tub of water, and when I got them off, I threw them into it. You know, those guys can jump. To be honest, it's the first time I've ever even seen a flea. You know, I've never had to deal with them with my pets before, and for the life of me, I can't understand where they picked them up. Yeah, can they pick those things up in grass? Well, obviously they're on wild animals as well. I know they were on rats during the plague. So yeah, if some animal left them off on the grass, they'd be waiting for a host, I suppose. They probably picked them up in the grass, I'd say. Mm. It was the fleas. Well, the carrier was the Arabian rat. The thing was then the rats came over on some of the ships, and they would dock. The rats would then escape, and the fleas, and they would spread to the animals. And the first was, yeah, it was the bubonic plague. That one was you had to be bitten by the flea. But when enough people got sick, it started to mutate, and then it became the pneumonic plague. The difference was, you know, with the first one, you literally had to be bitten by a flea. But with the second one, it was like a cold. You know, when somebody would sneeze or whatever, it would, you know, create these tiny droplets of moisture in the air. If you breathe that in through your lungs, you would get the plague as well. So that was the second one. That was the pneumonic. Yeah. Yeah. I remember the other day here they uncovered a few mass graves because of that. That wiped out, I think, oh my god, 1/3 if not half of the European population. Hmm. Yeah, it would have probably been on the grass. Yeah. That's where they probably be. Yeah, because, you know, when my wife was bringing them for a walk, she would take a shortcut. You know, there's a kind of green area. Yeah. Horrible, horrible creatures. But would you believe, guys, that there are still outbreaks of plague in third world countries today? Yeah. But, you know, these days, it's a simple enough thing. Just a massive dosage of antibiotics. And that will just nuke them, you know. But it's still a problem in third world countries that wouldn't have access to medication. Even leprosy is still a thing, you know. Mosquitoes, yeah, pretty much the same thing. They work just like fleas. They would bite an infected person or animal, and then they would do the same to someone else and spread the disease. Then, is anyone familiar with, a lesser known but absolutely deadly virus called the hantavirus? Most prevalent, I think, in South America and the US, but very, very rare. Hmm. Probably. Like Ben from the Fantastic Four. But basically, it's carried by mice, and you know when they go to the toilet, you know, number two, when that excrement dries up and turns to dust, and you know, if people are sweeping an area, it becomes airborne. People will breathe that in, and yeah, but it's rare enough. Hmm. Probably, yeah. Is this the way to Amarillo? Yeah, there's some really nasty stuff out there, but nothing scares me more than Ebola. That is something to behold. Yeah, that is definitely something to behold. Yeah, yeah, they've been around for billions of years, long before we've ever set foot here. Well, there's two ways to survive as an organism on this planet. Through the only immortality they would definitely have it, that kind of single cell organism thing. This immortality, or else, having young, you know. But as far as I know, there's a lot of that kind of stuff that has literally embedded itself in DNA. Can pass generations and that. Mm. Yeah. God knows how much is out there as well, or has yet to hit us. It's all like kind of. It's a bit like chaos theory in a sense. You get this new virus, and let's say it's not that bad. Yeah. So something or someone gets infected, and then they infect something or someone that has another virus, and they all get together in this nice kind of party thing and create something new. And eventually, if this happens enough, it will create the perfect virus. But I think Ebola has something like a 98% mortality rate. Horrible. But this is mostly the way it was in the beginning of humankind. Got to the stage where we were almost extinct, I think. And then we did develop up a certain kind of immunity. Yeah. But even, let's say in the beginning, this lactose intolerance thing, no human could stomach, milk from animals. There was lots of, kids that wouldn't see the age of reproduction. But there was a mutation, and, some people could, and the ones that could had a better chance of surviving, passing on their genetics. Evolution, mutation, and survival of the fittest all come together. Mm. Yeah, you can. And allergies as well. I think it's every 7 year, Yako. You have a small chance of, yeah. Because my kid was perfect, didn't have any allergies. And now he's got a serious peanut allergy. He developed that about 6 years ago. Yeah. But if it's every 7 year, it must be something got to do with ourselves. There's no cell in your body that's older than 7, as far as I know. All of your cells get replaced. This is why we age. It's just definitely not perfected. But in theory, to look at the human body and how it replaces cells, we should be, if not immortal, we should be easily able to live till maybe 200. But as each cell gets replaced and duplicated, there's a minor mistake, and these build up over time, and that is basically the aging process. Kind of like the photocopier effect kind of thing. Mm. Yeah. But the Greeks had a kind of theory on it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stuff breaks down. It does. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't believe everything I read. The books were written by people, you know. Um, my mind would be in science and provable stuff. You know, you can still believe in stuff, but remember, you're just reading something that someone else has written. That no, like some people think that the planet is, what, 6,000 years old or something, which is absolutely ridiculous. There's fossils being dug up that's hundreds of millions of years old. The kind of willful ignorance that, don't believe your lying eyes kind of stuff. No, if it wasn't for science, we'd be in a bad way. I don't know. Propaganda is a dangerous, dangerous thing. I'm surprised people still fall for propaganda, to be honest. It's so crazy. I'm just trying to understand things, yeah. There was a massive, massive pushback against Darwin. Everything is not proved out. There's still some missing pieces, but it's our best guess, to be honest. It's ridiculous to think that, that we wouldn't have been the only creatures that didn't evolve. But that doesn't mean that there is nobody engineering it. I'm not saying that. It's just that, it's not what we wanted it to be. It's the same when they used to think that the Earth was the center of everything. Until, what was it? Was it Galileo? I think it was Galileo. Could be wrong. Pointed out that, we were just a minor bubble. That the sun was the center of our system. I think they wanted to burn him on the stake for that one, didn't they? Yeah. To be honest, we'll never know enough. We're living on this tiny planet and the space is so vast. Even Mars is a dream. And it's almost limitless. So, we have physics in a way that we can understand. But like every time I hear that thing, dark matter, well, that's just basically them saying, well, there's something doing this, but we don't know what it is. So they'll call it dark matter. But we know about as much about the universe as the fleas on my dog know about my dog or me. We know a bit, or at least we think we do. But there's so much more out there. Okay, my phone is about to die. No problem, Blonde. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I will be going... Actually, I'm up to my 6 hours, guys. I better save and get some sleep. My doggos will have to go for a walk as well, and I've got to go back to the pharmacy and get some more stuff for them. But I found out my third dog is infected again, and I'm not really looking forward to this. So it'll have to be... I don't know. I'll have to do something with him as well. It's just a horrible situation because I've got to quarantine them for a while. I can't have the fleas out everywhere. And then they get depressed, when I do that. Oh, well, I don't either, to be honest. The first time any of my pets, has ever gotten anything like that. But I did have to shave them down from the neck. And that was a mercy, to be honest. I got, tons of stuff in the pharmacy. There was one in particular, the dogs had to be the right weight. You would just kind of put it on the nape of the neck and it would soak into their skin. And, if you put too much, it could poison the dog. But it's kind of measured out for the right weight in a dog. So, before that I did use a special shampoo, and I'll do it again. But yeah, horrible situation. Oh, what can you do? It's not their fault. And then, once you're doing that, and you've got to quarantine them for a bit, I think you're being punished for something they did. I think that's the worst part for me. I'm doing my best to help them, and you still feel guilty, because they don't understand, obviously. Yeah. What is it? Are you awake? Oh, there's my doggo now. There's my doggos. Yeah. Who's the best doggo? who's my baldy little flea bag? Yeah. Who's my bald little flea bag? Yes. You are a flea bag. You are. You are. You are a flea bag. Yes, you're a flea bag. Yeah, you're a good doggo. Yeah, yeah. I hope I don't get infected. They'll probably die if they bite me. There's nothing, only pure dust running through my veins. Yeah, I'll have to find somebody to shave me. You're going to shave him, yes. What? Now, don't be nasty. Yes, I'll bring you out in a moment. Just stop the stream. No, they don't. Something about the oil on the skin, I think. Yeah. No, they're not into humans. And to be honest, it suits me fine because I'm not really into fleas either. Really? Ankles? I didn't know that. Yeah. Better cover my ankles. I better cover my ankles. And I've got a really cute pair of ankles. That's a shame. I don't think they'll like my ankles. Really? Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I think they're all gone, to be honest. I've checked them a lot, but I'm still gonna nuke them with some more stuff. And I could only quarantine them for so long because they were pining away. No, you're talking about doggos here that have been here with me literally just a few feet away for a decade, So quarantine, they have no company and that would really, really get to them. Oh, I might have to. I might cover them up for a while. So no more ankle shots of me in those catalogues, I'm afraid. So, we'll leave it here, guys. I've done my 6 hours. I will, of course, be back tomorrow at the same time. I hope to see you all then. Yeah, if we get a little bit of time today, I'll clear up these quests. Maybe do a little bit more building or something. And you too, Corn. And thanks for hanging out. And you too, Randy. Take care. And you, Jaeger. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, I will be back tomorrow at the same time. We'll do the usual. We'll do a raid. So, goodbye, Randy, Hufflepuff, Blonde, and of course, Terry and Tigger if you're watching. Have a wonderful weekend, ladies. Also, Momo, Jaeger, Yako, Corin, Suburban Werewolf, Igma, Monkey. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, I could do with some sleep. And I haven't been myself these past few months, to be honest. I suppose that's what age can do to you. It's not a slow progression, guys. It hits you like a hammer. That's everyone I can see. So thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. And of course, thanks to everyone for watching and lurking. And if I've forgotten anyone, guys, my apologies. To whomever I might have forgotten. They're bad enough, yeah. So yeah, I'll leave it here. Hope to see you all again tomorrow if you have the time and the inclination to drop in. So we'll go and we'll do this raid. So hopefully some of our friends will be streaming something similar. And I definitely need to sleep. Well, I needed to sleep an hour ago, but I kept pushing. And now I think it's time for this old crocodile to get some Z's. Okay, right, let's see who's out there. And if you could bear with me for the tiniest of moments for this one. And I'll get some sleep. I'll lurk for a while on the channel that we raid and then, you know, have it on and then probably fall asleep to it. So, let's see who's out there.